Chapter 934. It would be a bit of an exaggeration to say that communication on the signs relied on roaring. But if only great magicians could use it with each other, the super high-end spatial magic that normal people couldn't use at all, the only method of communication on the signs continent, was basically shouting. Although letters could be sent to and fro on the signs, due to the inconvenience of transportation, the cost of sending letters was extremely high. To be specific, if one wanted to send a letter from the Principality of Constantine's New Flight Commerce main base to Anvil Mars City, which was approximately 1,300 kilometers away, even if one didn't consider the fact that the letter might not reach its destination due to the distance between the two countries, the postage would still be as high as 13 gold coins. That's right, 1 gold coin per 100 kilometers, no more, no less. Such an expensive price wasn't something that most ordinary people could afford. As a result, most ordinary people on the signs didn't have any communication with the outside world. In addition, it was difficult for them to leave the place where they lived, so almost all of them would be born, grow up, and live in the same place for their entire lives before eventually dying of old age. They had never come into contact with the outside world and didn't understand it at all. Although the New Flyer and the Amsterdam Chamber of Commerce had improved the transportation situation in a large area, allowing ordinary people who had never left their villages to have the opportunity to experience the outside world, communication was still a huge problem. Take the many workers under the New Flyer, for example. They could only return home once a year, and there was no way for them to communicate with others at home. In Su Yi's opinion, this was an unbearable situation. Fortunately, Akali and her research team were becoming more and more thorough in their research on magic resonance technology. Finally, they relied on this technology to successfully build a relatively complete magic communication network. After 2 years of laying down the framework, the New Flyer had successfully built a magic communication network in the Principality of Constantine that could cover all places in the Principality of Constantine. Now, as long as Su Yi was in the Principality of Constantine, he could use this magic communication network to contact anyone in the Principality of Constantine who also had a magic communication box. Moreover, the magic communication line from the Principality of Constantine to the Lampari Kingdom that was built by the New Flyer and the Lampari Kingdom last year had been completed. Now Su Yi could even chat with Seoul, who was 1,300 kilometers away, when he had nothing to do. Compared to when Su Yi wanted to contact Seoul, he could only write a letter to her, and it would take at least 5 days to reach her. This method of communication was without a doubt much more convenient. Of course, this new method of communication had many flaws. From a personal point of view, compared to the mobile communication network on Earth that could connect countless cell phones at the same time, this magic communication network could only separate several magic communicators and have different conversations. As for the various services and conveniences of the mobile communication network on Earth, there was no need to even think about it. From a broader point of view, the biggest problem with this mobile communication network was that the cost was too high. In order to build a complete magic communication network in the Principality of Constantine, the New Flyer had built a total of 700 magic signal towers. There were quite a few of them that were built in the mountains that were hard to reach, so the total cost was over 3 million gold coins. And this was only in the Principality of Constantine, that was less than a tenth the size of the Lampari Kingdom. If it was the Lampari Kingdom, it would cost over 10 times as much. Seoul had been moved before and wanted to complete this project, but when she learned from Su Yi that the cost was over 30 million gold coins, she immediately gave up on this idea. Su Yi was very helpless about this. Of course, he hoped that the Lampari Kingdom, the Kingdom of Roer, and even the Sak Kingdom, the Fok Kingdom, the Kanla Empire, and the Malar Empire would have a complete magic communication network, which would solve the communication problem that troubled him the most. But thinking about it, this beautiful wish definitely couldn't be realized right now. For example, although the Lampari Kingdom had been driven by the magic machine industry in recent years, and their annual revenue kept rising, according to the data that 70 gave Su Yi last year, it had already surpassed 16 million gold coins. It far surpassed the previous revenue that couldn't be reached, But this still couldn't support Seveni's decision to spend a shocking 30 million gold coins on a magic communication network. Of course, from a fair point of view, Seoul's worries weren't unreasonable because the magic communication network that New Flyer had set up was very limited. The most important problem was that because the magic signal was transmitted at a fixed frequency, it was hard for many people to use the magic communication network at the same time. This was also a problem that Sue-yi was very dissatisfied with, but it was a good thing that Akali and her research team had made a breakthrough recently. They could make slight changes to the magic array inside each magic communicator, allowing different magic signals to be transmitted. But compared to the cell phones and mobile networks on Earth, this was still very inconvenient. So in summary, this magic communication network wasn't very cost-effective for Seveni. If even Seveni couldn't accept this, there was no need to count on the other countries. So even if New Flyer kept building magic signal towers, they were only building them in the area they controlled. They were just extending the magic communication network in the Principality of Constantine. A clear example was the sea route that New Flyer opened with the Kamla Empire Navy, connecting the Principality of Constantine to the southern ports of the Kamla Empire. On the surface, the merchant ships on this sea route could use this magic communication network to send out distress signals. But this magic communication network was firmly controlled by New Flyer, so it was completely New Flyer's private communication network. Sue-yi's next step was to continue building a magic communication network on the endless seas to the east, extending it all the way to the Nozdormu Business Union Kingdom before going north to the east coast of the Signs. Like this, New Flyer would be able to control the situation in the other bases in an ideal situation and respond at any time. With this foundation, the idea of opening bases in other places could be realized. Only this was without a doubt a large project. With a casual estimate, it would cost tens of millions of gold coins. Even though New Flyer's annual income was amazing, there was no way they could easily come up with such a huge investment. Therefore, after Sue-yi made a summary of the various plans in his mind, he finally found that they were all focused on one key factor, and that was time. It took time to make breakthroughs in research, time to change the infrastructure, time to let everyone on this continent accept the new magic industry, and time to change their traditional views. In short, no matter what goal he wanted to achieve, it would take a lot of time. After figuring this out, Sue-yi suddenly felt a lot more relaxed. Previously, he always felt as if there was a whip constantly whipping him from behind, forcing him to be tense all the time, thinking about all kinds of problems, hoping to achieve the goal he set as soon as possible. Now that he understood that it would take a lot of time as a foundation, Sue-yi was no longer in a hurry. He decided to breathe a sigh of relief first. Hashtag, 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 bright sunlight sprinkled down from above, passing through the small gaps in the dense leaves and falling on the ground, turning into bright spots of light. At this moment, Freya was jumping back and forth in the empty space in this small forest. She stepped on the spots of light here and there, occasionally letting out a few clear and cheerful laughter. After watching for a while, Sue-yi stretched and sat up from the recliner. Seeing Freya's cheerful appearance, Sue-yi only felt his whole body relax. In the past week, he gave himself a good vacation, staying at home every day to play with the children. Although it was still busy, it was a completely different feeling. After staying with the children for a long time, Sue-yi even felt lazy and felt that it was a good choice to live peacefully like this. "Hey, Freya, come here." Sue-yi thought for a while and suddenly waved to Freya. Freya looked back at Sue-yi and ran over with a string of bell-like laughter. She plunged into Sue-yi's arms and then pulled him out. "Dad, get up and play with me." Sue-yi smiled and shook his head. "Don't be in a hurry." "Freya, I have a question to ask you now. You have to think carefully before you answer." Freya blinked, and her two bright little eyes turned, and said with a smile, "Dad, Mom sent you to ask me, right?" Sue-yi was startled, and then laughed. He reached out and scratched Freya's nose, and asked, "Yes, your mom sent me to ask you. But I'm also very concerned about this question. Tell me, have you decided what you want to do in the future?" Freya wrinkled her beautiful nose and replied with a snort. How would I know what I want to do in the future? Mom always asks me this. I have no way to answer. Okay? Seeing the dissatisfaction on Freya's little face, Sui couldn't help but laugh. Although Freya had just turned 7 this year, she was already very smart and showed great talent in both magic and other aspects. So Steele had high expectations for her and was also very strict with her. This made Freya somewhat resistant in front of Steele, and it was Sui who came to ask these questions. Then tell me, what do you like to do? Sui asked. I like a lot of things, like magic, like machinery, like history, like... Freya answered with her fingers one by one, looking very serious. However, Sui had to stop her. Wait, Freya, listen, it is impossible for a person to be the best in all aspects. You have to choose. What I want to ask you now is, among all the things you like, which one do you like the most? Favorite? Freya wrinkled her little brows, thought for a while, and shook her head. I don't know. Dad, Mom made me learn a lot of things, and I liked everything, but Mom always forced me to learn according to what she said. I don't like this. Can you help me tell Mom? Sui smiled bitterly. This Freya was only 7 years old, and she was already so weird. What would happen when she grew up? Just as he was about to speak, Freya suddenly clapped her little hands and said excitedly, Dad, I know what I like to do the most. Sui asked in surprise. What do you like to do the most? I like to be like you the most. Freya pointed her little finger at Sui. When I grow up, I also want to be a president. Sui blinked. Why? Because people will listen to my orders this way, Freya said confidently. Sui weakly slapped his forehead. It looked like he needed to have a good talk with Steele about Freya's education. Judging from Freya's reaction, it was likely that she had suffered too much oppression during her education, causing her to have such strong thoughts of resistance. But after thinking about it, Sui's eyes suddenly lit up, and he laughed, pulled Freya into his arms, and said to her slowly and seriously, Freya, listen well, being a president is not an easy thing. First you have to. On an ordinary afternoon in the early summer, the woman who would be called the most powerful woman in the signs for many years to come began her first lesson at the peak of her life. Chapter 9:35. The chirping of the cicadas kept entering Nielsen's ears, making him even more irritated. Hearing this fat fellow keep talking, Nielsen really wanted to splash the tea beside him in his face. This damned fatty. He kept repeating that the other company's household magic machines were also easy to use. Their performance wasn't worse than new flyers, but the price was several times cheaper. No matter how one looked at it, it was much better than buying new flyers' household magic machines. Damn, if this damn fatty really thought this, he wouldn't have come to see me today. Nielsen cursed in his heart, but the smile on his face didn't change. Only his smile was a bit stiff right now. It didn't seem that natural. Of course, the Aoder Duchy's external affairs manager Viscount Wilbur didn't care about the expression on Nielsen's face at all. After talking about the disadvantages of the Xinfei brand household magic machines compared to the other brands, he finally stopped. He took a sip of tea and moistened his throat that was a bit dry from talking for so long. Nielsen immediately seized this chance and spoke again. Lord Viscount, I admit that the household magic machines produced by our company are indeed more expensive than other brands of household magic machines. But you said that the other brands aren't worse than our Xinfei brand household magic machines. I don't agree with this. Oh, Viscount Wilbur looked at Nielsen with narrowed eyes. Is there a difference between these things? Anyway, they all have the same function. This damn fatty who doesn't know anything. Nielsen couldn't help cursing in his heart again. Cool. Of course it's different. Lord Viscount, let's take the magic air conditioner that you're most interested in as an example. Our company's Xinfei brand magic air conditioner at its highest power. Looking at the 2 lumps of fat on Viscount Wilbur's face, Nielsen quickly changed his words. At its highest power, it can lower the temperature of an entire room in less than 2 minutes. For example, here, Nielsen circled his left arm and compared the wall of the cottage, which was over 20 square meters in size, where they were drinking tea and having a rest. Look, the temperature in this room is almost the same as outside. It's unbearably hot. But if you install a Xinfei brand magic air conditioner, in less than 2 minutes, the entire room will be as cool as autumn. Then what part of the magic air conditioner is better than the other brands? Viscount Wilbur asked. The other brands of magic air conditioners find it hard to achieve the same effect. The cooling speed is very slow and it isn't stable. The most important thing is that the consumption of the other brand's magic air conditioners is much higher than our Xinfei brand magic air conditioners. Using the Xinfei brand magic air conditioner, the lowest consumption for an entire night was 2 degrees of magic, which was less than a standard high-concentration magic crystal. If he used the other brands of magic air conditioners, the power consumption would increase by several times. Just based on this, using our Xinfei brand magic air conditioner would save close to a gold coin a month. Viscount Wilbur curled his lips in disdain. Che, at most it's less than a gold coin a month. What is there to care about? Don't forget, your Xinfei brand magic air conditioner is several gold coins more expensive than the other brands. It's even over 10 gold coins. Just the money you get from buying it is enough to support your consumption for several months. This thing can only be used for a few months a year, so 10 gold coins is enough for it to last several years. This thing will definitely break in a few years, so what is there to care about? Nielsen was a bit surprised. He thought that this Viscount Wilbur wasn't that stupid, but he really didn't have the corresponding understanding, which was why he had such an unreasonable idea. This was different from when he sold the Xinfei brand household magic machines to the other countries. The countries that Nielsen worked in before were all in the southwest corner of the continent, being close to the Lampari Kingdom. Naturally, they had a certain understanding of New Flyer, so Nielsen didn't need to waste his breath to explain all these things. Almost all the products that New Flyer produced were, without a doubt, the most popular products in the southwest corner of the continent, so no one doubted them at all. Now, that Nielsen was 5,000 kilometers away from the Principality of Constantine, the Oder Duchy that was in the far east of Signs, he had to take the initiative to sell it. Only then could he let people know the difference between the Xinfei brand household magic machines and the other brands. Thinking of this, Nielsen couldn't help cursing Sir Chairman in his heart. If it wasn't for the chairman insisting on bringing the other magic machine company's products to the eastern countries of the continent, New Flyer could have monopolized this region with its own products, and he wouldn't have to put in so much effort to sell it. But this was the chairman's usual style of doing things. An old man like Nielsen was already familiar with it, so after complaining in his heart, he continued to introduce the advantages of the Xinfei brand household magic machines to Viscount Wilbur. However, Viscount Wilbur didn't seem to be moved. He let Nielsen talk for a long time, but he was still unmoved. Nielsen. Manager? I still feel that your New Flyer's position is very strange. Viscount Wilbur paused before saying with a serious look, How about this? As for whether our Aoder Duchy will import your Frestec Chamber of Commerce's household magic machines, I can't decide this matter alone. So let me go back and discuss it before considering it. What do you think? Nielsen's face couldn't help but sink. As a full-time employee of New Flyer who had been doing sales for a long time, how could he not hear the perfunctory meaning in this sentence? From Viscount Wilbur's current performance, he probably already had a decision in his heart. However, why did he still dare to waste half a day's worth of saliva on her? She couldn't figure out. After thinking about it, Nielsen could only helplessly nod. He still smiled at Viscount Wilbur and reached out his hand. Okay, Sir Viscount, I'll visit you in 2 days. Viscount Wilbur waved his hand and laughed at the sky. Let's talk about it later, haha. Seeing Viscount Wilbur leave the quiet tavern, Nielsen couldn't help but sigh and shake his head. From Viscount Wilbur's reaction, his attempt to sell Xinfei brand household magic machines on a large scale through the Aoder Duchy's officials could be declared as a waste. Because he lost the support of the Aoder Duchy's officials, he could only slowly promote through the people and let the people of the Aoder Duchy gradually accept Xinfei brand household magic machines. If this region only had Xinfei brand household magic machines to choose from, then it would be very easy. But because of the president's policy, All kinds of different companies and brands of household magic machines were mixed in this region, including Shinfei brand. Everyone was working hard to obtain this new market. Although Nielsen had absolute confidence in the quality, performance, and other aspects of the Frestech brand household magic machines, the people in this area weren't like the people in the southwest countries of the Signs continent who had already formed a consensus on this. So in reality, everyone was still on the same starting line. Even if New Flyer could obtain an advantage with its high quality and performance, it would take a lot of time and effort. Moreover, according to Nielsen's many years of experience, once a region was occupied by a brand, it would be very hard to change it. So, Sir Chairman is too kind. Why does he have to give the other magic machine companies such a good chance? Thinking of this, Nielsen couldn't help criticizing Sue E in his heart. When Nielsen was thinking about what to do next, the door to the tavern was suddenly pushed open and Nielsen's assistant, Mendieta, quickly came in. After looking left and right, Mendieta quickly walked to Nielsen's side and whispered in his ear, "I've just heard the news. The Longley Chamber of Commerce's Naden met with Viscount Wilbur yesterday and gave Viscount Wilbur a bribe of no less than 3,000 gold coins." Nielsen raised a brow and couldn't help giving a cold laugh. 3,000 gold coins. It's no wonder the Lord Viscount is this cold to us. Humph. Mendieta hesitated a bit before saying in a low voice, "Manager, do you think we should also send—" "Shut up." Nielsen cut Mendieta off without any politeness. "If Sir Chairman hears this, do you believe he won't immediately have you scram?" Mendieta trembled, but he was still a bit unwilling as he said, "But are we giving up on this place like this?" "Nonsense, of course we won't give up like this. But this isn't a reason to give money to that damn fatty. Since this fellow is willing to take the Longley Chamber of Commerce's money, if he has some integrity, he will definitely work for the Longley Chamber of Commerce. But if he goes back on his word, do you think I would dare give him money?" Mendieta thought about it and felt that it was very reasonable, so he fell silent. Nielsen also fell silent. He knit his brows and tapped his finger on the table while considering what to do next. Now, that Viscount Oder, who was in charge of external affairs in the Aoder Duchy, had taken the Longley Chamber of Commerce's money, he would definitely do his best to help the Longley Chamber of Commerce. This was very disadvantageous for the New Flyer. But this wasn't something that couldn't be changed. If it was necessary, Nielsen could ask the headquarters for help, which would easily defeat the Longley Chamber of Commerce and any other competitors. But one, this would go against Sir Chairman's plan, and two, it was equal to Nielsen admitting his failure, which was something he definitely couldn't accept. So what he had to do next was to start with the other aspects of the Aoder Duchy. Several figures flashed in Nielsen's mind before the door to the tavern was suddenly slammed open again. Nielsen and Mendieta looked at the door in a daze, but they found that Viscount Wilbur was shaking his fat body as he squeezed through the door, charging over as fast as he could. "And Manager Nielsen." Viscount Wilbur was panting with a very anxious look on his face, like he had encountered something very urgent. "What is it, Lord Viscount?" Nielsen was a bit confused as he looked at Viscount Wilbur, who had come back. Cuckoo, Manager Nielsen, regarding the matter just now, can we change places to talk?" Nielsen and Mendieta were both stunned. Based on Viscount Wilbur's tone, could it be that there was a sudden change in this matter? But the problem was, where did this change come from? Chapter 9:36. The next day, a piece of news made the puzzled Nielsen and Mendieta finally understand where this turning point came from. The content of this news was actually very simple. The Nozdormu Business Union Kingdom declared war on their northern neighbor, the Khaki Duchy. Then, they used only 3 days to wipe out most of the Khaki Duchy's army and directly captured Duke Khaki and his family. The Khaki Duchy was declared dead. This news could be said to have shocked everyone in the countries southeast of Signs. Although the Khaki Duchy was only a duchy in name, the power that the Khaki Duchy held wasn't inferior to a normal kingdom. Moreover, Duke Khaki Duchy had always been willing to spend money on maintaining his army. Therefore, the Khaki Duchy had always been known for their valiant fighting strength among the countries southeast of Signs. Other countries wouldn't easily provoke them. But now, the Nozdormu Business Union Kingdom had brazenly declared war on the Khaki Duchy. Moreover, they actually destroyed the Khaki Duchy in just 3 days. This was truly out of everyone's expectations. It had to be known that the Nozdormu Business Union Kingdom had only been established for less than 3 years. Although the 13 merchant guilds under the Nozdormu Business Union Kingdom had always been known for their strong economic strength, even the Nozdormu Business Union Kingdom appeared to be extremely wealthy. However, in everyone's understanding, having money and having power were two completely different things. No matter how rich the Nozdormu Business Union Kingdom was, and how they had the guards of the 13 merchant guilds, it was still a far cry from establishing a qualified kingdom army. But this time, the Nozdormu Business Union Kingdom had only mobilized 5,000 guard from 5 merchant guilds and easily defeated the Khaki Duchy. They even made the Khaki Duchy become a kingdom in an extremely short period of time. This result shocked everyone in the southeast corner of Signs. Among them, the ones that were the most shocked and felt extremely uneasy were the neighboring countries of the Nozdormu Business Union Kingdom. The Aodor Duchy was one of them. Duke Odor also wants to buy our merchant guild's military magic machines. Nelson reclined on his chair and glanced at Viscount Wilbur with a trace of ridicule in his smile. This fellow was all sorts of arrogant in front of him 2 days ago. Now, he was speaking so humbly. His face was even close to the table. It truly made one sigh. Yes, yes, yes. After the Duke heard that your merchant guild produces these military magic machines, he expressed his interest. The Duke feels that these military magic machines are very important to our Aodor Duchy, so he very much hopes to purchase a batch from your merchant guild. Manager Nielsen, please inform the headquarters of your Chamber of Commerce immediately. It would be best if they could ship these military magic machines to us in the next batch of transport fleets. Seeing Nelson's hesitant appearance, Viscount Wilbur clenched his teeth and continued to smile. Of course, the Duke said that as long as your merchant guild is willing to provide the military magic machines, we could discuss the price. Nelson looked at Viscount Wilbur's fawning appearance and couldn't help but want to tease him. He put on an awkward expression and said with a frown, "But, Lord Viscount, you also know that even if our merchant guild's transport fleet comes, they will first stop at the southern port of the Nozdormu Business Union Kingdom. These goods can't be hidden from the Nozdormu Business Union Kingdom." Viscount Wilbur's expression immediately changed. After thinking for a moment, he moved closer to Nielsen and lowered his voice. Manager Nielsen, I'm very clear about the cooperative relationship between your Chamber of Commerce and the Nozdormu Business Union Kingdom. As long as your merchant guild doesn't want to, you can definitely not be discovered by the Nozdormu Business Union Kingdom. Am I right? Nelson snorted. Lord Viscount, it's not impossible to do this. But the Nozdormu Business Union Kingdom is one of our most important partners. What reason do we have to hide from this important partner and do this kind of thing? Viscount Wilbur immediately became silent. He was very clear in his heart. Not to mention that the Nozdormu Business Union Kingdom had just destroyed the Khaki Duchy with a thunderous momentum. Their reputation in the nearby countries had skyrocketed. Even if it was before, their Aodor Duchy couldn't be compared to the Nozdormu Business Union Kingdom. If they had to make a choice, the new flyer would choose the Nozdormu Business Union Kingdom and not their Aodor Duchy. Of course, Nelson suddenly opened his mouth again and said unhurriedly, if the Grand Duke can bring out enough sincerity, it's not like we won't consider it. Viscount Wilbur's eyes suddenly lit up. He thought for a bit and nodded. Good. Manager Nelson, I think the Grand Duke will definitely want to meet you and discuss it personally. I just don't know if it's convenient for you. Convenient? Why wouldn't it be convenient? Nelson said with a smile. If the Grand Duke wants to see me, it's very convenient for me at any time. Viscount Wilbur was immediately overjoyed. That's great. Manager Nelson, please come with me to see the Grand Duke right now. The Grand Duke will be very happy to know that you came to visit. Nelson laughed in his heart. Since he entered the Aodor Duchy, he had asked to see Grand Duke Odor several times. However, he was repeatedly rejected. He only sent Viscount Wilbur, who wasn't particularly important in the Aodor Duchy. to deal with him. Now that the Aodor Duchy was aware of the crisis, Grand Duke Odor immediately put down his status and took the initiative to see him. The gap between the former and the latter was too strong. Thinking of this, Nelson couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. He originally thought that with his own ability and the quality of the household magic machines produced by the Shinfei Chamber of Commerce were far superior to other brands of household magic machines. Even if he didn't rely on the power of the Chamber of Commerce, he could successfully promote them in the Aodor Duchy. However, he didn't expect that because of the sudden action of the Nozdormu Business Union Kingdom, he would passively enjoy the convenience brought by the Chamber of Commerce. Of course, this wasn't something to be hated. If he could spend less time and effort on Aodor Duchy, a small duchy that wasn't worthy of much attention, why wouldn't he do it? Hashtag, the Nozdormu Business Union Kingdom attacking the Kaki Duchy wasn't a special case in the signs. Less than half a month after this matter happened, there was a war that attracted even more attention and had even more influence in the Western signs. The Sac Kingdom used the excuse of a normal conflict between the Northern Antilla Kingdom and declared war on the Antilla Kingdom. In the end, in just a week of fighting, the Sac Kingdom's Northern Polar Bear Regiment was like a hot knife through butter. They defeated the Antilla Kingdom's army in 7 battles and successfully invaded 500 kilometers into the Antilla Kingdom. In these 7 battles, the battle strength of the Sac Kingdom's Northern Polar Bear Regiment was very shocking. The Antilla Kingdom's army had always been considered quite good among the 10 countries of the continent. The Sac Kingdom had dared to invade the Lampari Kingdom for several hundred years, but they had never dared to provoke the Antilla Kingdom. However, this time, the Polar Bear Regiment had easily defeated the Antilla Kingdom's army, even making the Antilla Kingdom's army unable to resist at all. This was a very shocking thing, but this wasn't something that was hard to understand. Because according to the information from various sources and the Sac Kingdom's announcement, the Polar Bear Regiment had been equipped with large amounts of military magic machines. With the help of these military magic machines, the Polar Bear Regiment's battle strength had greatly increased, allowing them to easily crush the Antilla Kingdom's army. This information on one hand proved that the military magic machines could greatly increase the battle strength of an army, but on the other hand, it also proved another shocking piece of news. That was, the Sac Kingdom actually had the ability to mass-produce military magic machines. It was clear that New Flyer definitely wouldn't provide this many military magic machines to the Sac Kingdom. The Sac Kingdom had also announced that they had the ability to mass-produce military magic machines. With these two together, it meant that the Polar Bear Regiment's military magic machines were all produced by the Sac Kingdom. Based on what the Sac Kingdom announced to the public, this was indeed the truth. The Polar Bear Regiment was indeed equipped with large amounts of military magic machines produced by the Sac Kingdom, which was why they had such a strong battle strength. And all of this was unrelated to New Flyer. Once this news was confirmed, it wasn't an exaggeration to say that the entire continent was stirred. If it was said that when the Sac Kingdom announced that they had the ability to mass-produce military magic machines and even held a special exhibition, everyone was still doubtful of the Sac Kingdom. But after the Sac Kingdom declared war on the Antilla Kingdom, all these doubts disappeared. There was nothing more convincing than facts. The facts were that the Sac Kingdom didn't have the help of New Flyer at all. They had actually used their military magic machines to easily defeat the Antilla Kingdom. With such a strong fact in front of everyone, they had no choice but to believe it. So while the war between the Sac Kingdom and the Antilla Kingdom was in full swing, all the countries on the continent with the conditions began to move. Everyone's goal was very simple and clear. Since they couldn't obtain satisfactory military magic machines from New Flyer, why wouldn't they try the Sac Kingdom? However, when countless countries and people were about to move, preparing to enter the Sac Kingdom, there was a sudden piece of news that stopped them. The Lampari Kingdom had officially declared war on the Sac Kingdom. Chapter 9:37. If one looked at the several hundred years of history between the Lampari Kingdom and the Sac Kingdom, it wasn't strange for the Lampari Kingdom to declare war on the Sac Kingdom. This was because since the two countries were established, the Sak Kingdom had been invading the Lampari Kingdom for several hundred years. Even if they didn't defeat the Lampari Kingdom had suffered a lot of humiliation because of this. Now that the Lampari Kingdom had developed their magic machine industry over the past few years, their financial situation had greatly improved and their national strength had greatly increased. Adding in the support of the new flyer, their army was equipped with large amounts of military magic machines, so their battle strength had greatly increased. The Lampari Kingdom had won all their conflicts with the Sak Kingdom in the past few years, completely reversing the situation between the two countries. In this situation, the Lampari Kingdom declaring war on the Sak Kingdom to get justice for the humiliation of the past few hundred years was something that was very easy to understand. But what confused many people was that whether it was the Lampari Kingdom or the new flyer who supported the Lampari Kingdom behind them, they had taken the initiative to reach out a hand to the Sak Kingdom, expressing their desire to cooperate. In the past 3 years, they had cooperated with the Sak Kingdom in many ways. According to the information from all sides, the Lampari Kingdom and the Sak Kingdom had a very happy cooperation, even deepening their cooperation. Since they had already established a good cooperative relationship, why did they suddenly turn hostile and refuse to recognize him? Not to mention that the Lampari Kingdom declaring war on the Sak Kingdom was very subtle. It was right when the Sak Kingdom had won the war against the Antilla Kingdom, and when the Polar Bear Regiment had already invaded the Antilla Kingdom's territory. If one looked at it from a pure strategic point of view, this was indeed a very clever timing. This was because the Sak Kingdom had put most of their energy into the war against the Antilla Kingdom, so suddenly being declared war by the Lampari Kingdom was very difficult to deal with. But like this, it showed that the Lampari Kingdom was serious in declaring war. It wasn't as simple as just attacking the Sak Kingdom. The reason for this was a little thought-provoking. The Antilla Kingdom and the Lampari Kingdom were separated by the Sak Kingdom, so they didn't have much contact, so of course they weren't allies. The Lampari Kingdom declaring war on the Sak Kingdom this time clearly wasn't to support the Antilla Kingdom. But the Lampari Kingdom and the Sak Kingdom were clearly cooperating well. Even at the beginning of this year, Her Majesty 70 announced to the world that the Lampari Kingdom and the Lampari Kingdom's cooperation was very good. She hoped that they could continue cooperating and work together to develop both sides. Now, that half a year had passed. Her Majesty 70 was going to go back on her words. No matter how one looked at it, the Lampari Kingdom suddenly declaring war on the Sak Kingdom was very strange. However, for the people outside the Lampari Kingdom and the Sak Kingdom, they didn't care about the reason. What they really cared about was the result of this war. Everyone knew that the Lampari Kingdom was where the new flyer started. Although the Lampari Kingdom's internal turmoil caused the new flyer to move their main base away from the Lampari Kingdom, the relationship between the new flyer and the Lampari Kingdom had always been good. The Lampari Kingdom's current Queen 70 had a good relationship with the new flyer's chairman Su-E, so the new flyer supported the Lampari Kingdom in all aspects. Because of this, the Lampari Kingdom's army received large amounts of military magic machines from the new flyer. It could be said that other than the new flyer guards, they were the army with the most complete set of military magic machines on the continent. Everyone had seen the might of the military magic machines from the battles between the Kamla Empire and the Kingdom of Ruhr. Even the Kingdom of Ruhr's army with a small amount of military magic machines could easily defeat the Kamla Empire's army. So the Lampari Kingdom's army, with the most complete set of military magic machines, will be much stronger than the Kingdom of Ruhr's army. So before this, even if they hadn't fought before, everyone thought that the Lampari Kingdom's army should be very strong. But this time the Lampari Kingdom declared war on the Sak Kingdom. So everyone could see for themselves if the Lampari Kingdom's army, with the most complete set of military magic machines, was as strong as they imagined. Other than the Lampari Kingdom's side, the Sak Kingdom was also the focus of everyone's attention. The Sak Kingdom was the only power other than the new flyer that had announced that they could produce military magic machines. Moreover, in the battle against the Antilla Kingdom, they had shown that their military magic machines were very strong. So like this, The war between the Lampari Kingdom and the Sac Kingdom would turn into a war between two armies equipped with large amounts of military magic machines. This was the first time this had happened in the history of signs, so naturally it attracted a lot of attention. Everyone wanted to know if the Lampari Kingdom's army, equipped with the military magic machines made by the new flyer, was stronger, or if the Sac Kingdom's army, equipped with their own military magic machines, was stronger. For the other countries and powers on the continent, this was a very valuable demonstration of modern warfare. And this demonstration officially began on the 5th day after the Lampari Kingdom declared war on the Sac Kingdom. ##### so. In the sky above them, there were countless arrows mixed with several dozen bright fireballs that filled the sky. Raising his head to look, he saw several bright flames in the dark sky. It seemed to be an extremely shocking sight. The captain of the 1st Squad of the Lampari Kingdom's Northern Army's 3rd Regiment's 6th Brigade's 3rd Mobile Squad, who was also the commander of the Armored Magic Vehicle team, Captain Eiffel looked at the dense rain of arrows and the fireballs in the sky that seemed very terrifying. With a whistle, he came down and went back into the armored magic vehicle under him, while also closing the lid. The moment he came in, the armored magic vehicle driver Saccharin beside him pressed a button on the control panel of the armored magic vehicle in front of him. A light blue light came from the bottom of the armored magic vehicle and quickly spread, instantly covering the entire armored magic vehicle. After that, the 5 people in the armored magic vehicle heard countless ding, ding, dang, dang sounds coming from above them, as well as the occasional honk sound of explosions. It made them realize that they were in the middle of an intense battlefield. However, although these sounds were clear, they were very weak. It couldn't make people feel the excitement of being on the battlefield at all. Sitting in the back of the armored magic vehicle, the 1st Squad's intelligence officer Peter, who was tightly strapped into his seat, listened for a bit before suddenly taking off the earplugs in his ears. He muttered, "Damn, isn't this defensive array's effect too good? I thought that my ears would be deafened, but now it seems like it's not that much better than the buzzing of mosquitoes." Captain Eiffel laughed and slapped him on the shoulder as he taunted, "I already said that you were too fragile. How about it? The battlefield isn't as terrifying as you think, right?" Peter rolled his eyes at Captain Eiffel. "I say, Captain," who was the one who was worried that the armored magic vehicle would be turned into a sieve by the rain of arrows last night. Captain Eiffel chuckled and didn't look embarrassed at all. "After all, since we got this armored magic vehicle, we've only been training it, and we haven't had any real battles. I heard that the Sac Kingdom had developed powerful military magic machines before, so I was worried that our vehicle wouldn't be able to take it, so it isn't strange at all." After saying this, Captain Eiffel turned his head and looked around the armored magic vehicle that wasn't that big. He couldn't help giving a nod of praise. Now it seems like the new flyer's things are really strong. It's fine if he didn't react at all after being hit by so many arrows, but he was hit by 2 of the Sac Kingdom's magic cannons and wasn't affected at all. He really is strong. I like it. "Hey, Captain, this isn't related to the armor magic vehicle. It's just that the protective array under it is too good." The driver, Saccharin, cut in. "Speaking of this protective array," Captain Eiffel looked down at the faint blue light under the armored magic vehicle and slightly knit his brows. "It really is strange. When a new flyer was developing the armored magic vehicle, it wasn't a problem to use this protective array to strengthen the armored magic vehicle. But why did they add in a sound insulating effect? Could it be that they think that we soldiers are as weak as that kid Peter?" Peter loudly protested, but Captain Eiffel waved his hand to cut him off. Then he asked Saccharin, "Hey, how long can we last with our current energy consumption? If it doesn't work, just turn off some of the protective arrays. We don't know how long we'll be here." Saccharin nodded. He lowered his head and glanced at the sink-like thing on the control panel in front of him. He smiled easily. "We've only used 1/5 of our energy reserves. Even if there's a dense attack, it isn't a problem for us to last half an hour. Idiot, we're not just here to be targets. There are other missions that require magic power. Keep an eye on it at all times. Don't use it all up, understand?" Captain Eiffel scolded and turned to look at Peter. "Is there still no news from those bastards in the sky? There was also a small control panel in front of Peter, but it was completely different from the control panel of the armor magic vehicle in front of Sakmarin. This control panel was just a square tablet with a faint red light flashing on it. There wasn't anything special about it. Hearing Captain Eiffel's question, Peter looked down at the control panel and shook his head. There's still no news. I think that they haven't investigated it yet, so we might have to wait. When he said this, the magic communicator in Peter's hand suddenly rang. There were blue glows that appeared on the control panel in front of him, as if they were stars that lit up the interior of the armored magic vehicle. Peter's eyes immediately lit up. It's here! Chapter 9:38. Captain Eiffel immediately came over and looked down at the control panel. But after looking at it for a while, he suddenly shook his head. I don't understand. Hey, Peter, tell me what is going on? Peter couldn't help rolling his eyes. He took out a map from his chest and took it out. Look, Captain, this is the detailed map of the Muerto Mountains that the reconnaissance airship team gave us the day before yesterday. Compare it with the blue dots on it, and you can see the information that the reconnaissance airship team gave us this time. Oh, let me see it. Captain Eiffel took the map and looked at the complicated dots on the control panel for a while before putting it back in Peter's hands. Explain. Peter gave a helpless sigh. He compared the map with the dots on the control panel before putting the map on the control panel. The dots of light came out from under the map, and there were bright icons on the map. Here, Captain, look. These dots of light represent the current situation of the Sac Kingdom's enemy forces from the reconnaissance airship team. For example, this one that is closest to us. Peter looked up and calculated in his heart before pointing to the front right of the armored magic vehicle. It shouldn't be far from there. Based on the information beside the dots of light, there should be around 1,000 people. Then what about the most important logistics warehouse? Captain Eiffel asked. Peter looked at the map for a while before pointing to a bright dot to the northwest. It should be here. It should be around 70 to 80 kilometers away from us. Good. Captain Eiffel clapped his hands. Since we found the other side's people and warehouse, it's time for us to make a move. After saying this, Captain Eiffel charged to the control panel in front of Sakmarin and grabbed a magic communicator. He pressed a button on it and shouted, "Brothers, focus and prepare to move. Peter will send the information on our target to you later. Look carefully for me." Yes. Receive. All right, Captain. There was an orderly response that came from the magic communicator. Captain Eiffel turned to Peter and said, "Immediately calculate our route and send it to them." Yes. When it came to business, Peter stopped smiling and lowered his head to calculate on the map and the light spot on the podium. Sakmarin, drive the car. Don't just stay here and take a beating. We need to test the reaction of those bastards from the Sac Kingdom. Robin, don't be idle. Keep watching the situation outside for me. If any Sac Kingdom bastards dare appear in front of us, don't be polite and beat them to death for me. Marco, check the status of our supplies. Next, we need to carry out a long-distance raid. You have to make sure that we don't stop halfway, understand? All right, get moving. Don't just stand there. Boys, today is our first official mission since the establishment of the Special Mobile Brigade. We must not mess it up. After giving orders to each person, Captain Eiffel listened for a bit and found that it was quiet outside. He opened the armored magic vehicle and poked his head out again. The sky was no longer filled with arrows and those terrifying fireballs flying back and forth, and the intense summer sun once again appeared. Looking around, he discovered that the ground around him was filled with arrows. It was as if a dense patch of grass had suddenly grown out of the ground. Other than that, there were holes that were around 2-3 meters wide in the grass, but they didn't seem deep and they weren't that dense. Che, those fellows from the Sac Kingdom are always bragging, saying that their military magic machines aren't worse than the New Flyers, and that their magic cannons are even stronger than the New Flyers' magic cannons. If it was up to me, how could they compare? After carefully looking around and listening for a bit, Captain Eiffel suddenly jumped out of the armored magic vehicle. He built several iron sheets in a hole that was smaller than the surrounding area, because of the explosion and then pulled out several arrows that were stuck in the ground before returning to the armored magic vehicle. "Hey, Captain, what are you carrying this bunch of broken things back for?" The other three people other than Peter looked at him in surprise. "Orders from above." Captain Eiffel pointed upwards. Captain Eiffel pointed at the new flyer's orders. "They want us to gather as much information as possible on the Sac Kingdom's military magic machines." "What kind of information can you get from these broken things?" Marco, who had finished inspecting the supplies, came over and took the iron sheets in Captain Eiffel's hands, looking them over. "These things should be magic cannon shells, right? Why do they feel so brittle?" After saying this, Marco tapped the iron sheets before shaking his head with a look of disdain. "Such thin iron sheets, what use are they?" Captain Eiffel lowered his head and looked at the arrows in his hand. He was surprised to find that these arrows were of different sizes. Some of them were made of fine iron, while others only had iron arrowheads. The body of the arrow was still made of wood. "Hey, those fellows from the Sac Kingdom can't even make the most basic arrows, and they're not embarrassed to say that they have military magic machines? What a joke." Marco looked at the arrows in Captain Eiffel's hand and couldn't help laughing. "Captain, you're mistaken. The Sac Kingdom doesn't even have a steel mill. They can't produce high-quality steel at all, so they can only call these iron arrows." "What kind of iron arrows are these?" "That's right." Captain Eiffel patted his head and threw the arrows to the side before curling his lips. "It's a waste that the Army headquarters and a new flyer place such importance on the Sac Kingdom. What kind of broken thing is this? It's not worth being nervous at all. Hey, Peter." Just as he turned his head, Peter suddenly shouted, "Done! Done!" Captain Eiffel was surprised. Done. "Captain, I've already calculated the best route that will allow us to avoid all the Sac Kingdom strongholds and kill our way to their warehouse as quickly as possible." Peter excitedly said, "Good. Immediately send this route to the others." Captain Eiffel gave this order before grabbing the magic communicator from the console again. "Everyone, pay attention. Peter will immediately send the route to you. I'll give you 3 minutes to prepare and then listen to my orders to set out together." There were replies that came from the magic communicator again. Peter's finger tapped on the console, and there was a flash of light on the console. It formed a long and thin line that went deep into the Sac Kingdom on the map. Then, Peter tapped on the console, and the line formed by these dots of light suddenly flickered. "All right, the route is through," Peter said to Captain Eiffel. Captain Eiffel gave a slight nod. "All right, everyone prepare. We'll set out in 5 minutes." When Captain Eiffel said this, the people in the armored magic vehicle fell silent, and the atmosphere became a bit tense. Properly speaking, they were all veterans of the Lampari Kingdom's Northern Army, so there shouldn't be this kind of tense atmosphere before battle. But this time they were using the armor magic vehicle, this new type of transport, while also being equipped with military magic machines that completely surpassed their understanding of war. This was their first time fighting a new type of war. Although they had already grasped the use of these novel things in their normal training, an actual battle was different from training. So it wasn't an exaggeration to say that this was their first time. Not to mention that after the Lampari Kingdom declared war on the Sac Kingdom, before the armies of both sides met for the first time, the outside world had a strong interest in this war and had a very special expectation. Almost all public opinion said that this war between the two countries would represent the direction of the Signs War in the future. Whichever side performed better in this war would decide which side the continent would lean towards. Or to be more specific, if the Lampari Kingdom won this war, it would without a doubt prove that the new Flyers' military magic machines were stronger than the Sac Kingdom's. For the Lampari Kingdom side, it proved that the new Flyers' military magic machines were stronger. It also proved that the new Flyer support would increase the status of the Lampari Kingdom. A deeper influence would be that the magic machine industry led by the new Flyer in the Lampari Kingdom would receive a higher valuation, which would bring great benefits to the Lampari Kingdom. These things have been clearly analyzed in the newspapers, so even a low-level Northern Army officer like Captain Eiffel had some understanding of this. Their lack of confidence in their first war, as well as the severity of the impact it would have on this war, made these veterans who had experienced hundreds of battles unavoidably nervous. After 5 minutes of silence, Captain Eiffel saw that it was time and suddenly stood up. He grabbed the magic communicator and gave the order in a deep voice, "Set off." Sakmarin took a deep breath and looked at Robin, who was responsible for the firepower of the armor magic vehicles, before pressing the button on the control panel. There was a faint blue light that came from the bottom of the armored magic vehicle, quickly covering the entire chassis. The armored magic vehicle, that weighed 3 tons and carried 5 large men, as well as some military magic machines and supplies, weighed over 5 tons. It had been silently hiding in the small forest under the Muerto Mountains, but after the faint blue light flashed, it was like an agile rabbit as it suddenly jumped out of its hiding place. After a while, it had already moved over 100 meters on the bumpy ground. After Captain Eiffel's armor magic vehicle charged out, there were several dozen armor magic vehicles that charged out of the small forest, charging to the left. Not long after, this special mobile squad of armored magic vehicles that belonged to the Lampari Kingdom's northern army went around the two armies fighting on the right. They were like a sharp blade that pierced into the Sak Kingdom's heartland. Chapter 9:39. A violent explosion suddenly sounded, and flames instantly lit up the entire sky, drowning a temporary warehouse hidden in the periphery of a small town in front of them. Seeing that he had succeeded, Captain Eiffel went back into the armor magic vehicle and took out the magic communicator to give the order. Immediately retreat to the southwest at 8 o'clock. Peter will send the route to you later. Follow the route. Brats, follow me closely. This is the Sak Kingdom. If anyone falls behind, no one will wait for you. There was a sound of acknowledgement from the magic communicator before there was a burst of laughter. I say, Captain, we're running this fast. Even if someone falls behind, those brats from the Sak Kingdom definitely won't be able to catch us. So be assured. Captain Eiffel gave a cold snort. There are times when a warhorse sprains its ankle. Although this armored magic vehicle is good, can you guarantee that it won't break? The voice on the other side froze, and there was nothing to say. All right, cut the crap. This is a war, not a movie. If something happens, no one will give you a chance. Captain Eiffel said in a serious tone. Captain Eiffel's voice became even more serious. Listen to the damage management of each vehicle. Pay attention to the situation of your armored magic vehicle at all times. You have to make sure that nothing unexpected happens. Do you understand? Understood. Understood. Be assured, Captain. This time, what came from the magic communicator was the damage management of each armored magic vehicle. Captain Eiffel gave a satisfied nod. He turned to see Peter, give him a signal that it was done. So he gave the order, set off at full speed. The 25 armored magic vehicles belonging to the first squad of the Lampari Kingdom's Northern Army's 3rd Special Mobile Brigade quickly gathered together and formed a flood of steel. They quickly entered a small path to the west of the town and left in an instant. After around 10 minutes, a group of light cavalry wearing the uniform of the Sak Kingdom's Greedy Regiment came out of the town in a cloud of dust. Seeing the flames in front of them and the mess on the ground, the leader of the cavalry was shocked. After receiving the news that the logistics warehouse had been raided, he immediately led his light cavalry and rushed over. The journey took less than 20 minutes, which was already very fast. However, judging from the current situation, the warehouse was already engulfed in a sea of fire, and the enemy was nowhere to be seen. The cavalry captain couldn't believe his eyes. After all, this logistics warehouse was one of the most important warehouses that the Tanlang Corps had prepared for the battle against the Lampari Kingdom. In order to protect this place, the Tanlang Corps had sent out an entire regiment, a total of 2,000 elites. However, this heavy armored regiment, which was known for its defense, was actually broken through in such a short amount of time and destroyed the warehouse that they had to protect, even if they had to risk their lives to protect. How could this be? The cavalry leader looked around and found that other than the corpses of the soldiers and the Hungry Wolf Corps uniforms scattered around the warehouse, there were no other living people. He was even more furious. These bastards, they actually dared to neglect their duties. There were 2,000 people in this regiment, and although there were many corpses around, there were only a few hundred of them. Where did the rest of them go? The cavalry captain waved his hand and signaled his deputy to lead a group of people to search around, while he led a few people to rummage through the corpses. After finding a soldier who seemed to have survived because he had fainted, the cavalry leader slapped him in the face without any hesitation, waking him up. "Devil! The devil is here!" What the cavalry leader didn't expect was that when this soldier woke up, he immediately had a look of fear on his face. He quickly moved back, like he had been greatly frightened. "What devil? Open your dog eyes for me!" The cavalry leader angrily roared out. The soldier trembled and was stunned before his eyes gradually regained their clarity. "Tell me, just what is going on here? Where's the enemy? Which direction did they run in?" Seeing him barely calm down, the cavalry leader immediately asked this. Hearing the word enemy, the soldier's face filled with fear. I don't know what happened either. We were guarding outside when suddenly..." The soldier pointed at the forest some distance to the south of the warehouse. "A bunch of steel monsters came out from there. Before we could react, the group of monsters shot out countless fireballs. Then I was directly knocked out by these fireballs." Seeing the soldier's confused face, the cavalry leader helplessly shook his head. The poor guy in front of him was clearly scared out of his wits. He couldn't get anything out of him, but there were some clues from his words. It seemed like the enemy had come from the south, so there was no doubt that it was a small team sent by the Lampuri Kingdom's northern army to attack the warehouse. But there were two questions that he couldn't understand. How did the Lampuri Kingdom know that the warehouse was here? How did this raiding team pass through the layers of iron, chain-like defenses between this place and the Muerto Mountains, penetrate deep into this place, and execute a precise attack on this material warehouse? However, when this question appeared in the cavalry leader's mind, he shook his head and threw it away. Now wasn't the time to think about these questions. The most important thing was that the enemy had already charged in. If they didn't catch them and stop them, they would definitely cause even more damage to the rear. From the steel monsters that the soldier mentioned, the cavalry leader guessed that the Lampuri Kingdom had sent a small team using the high mobility of magic cars, so he had his subordinates search the ground for traces. After a while, they found a clear trace that led to the south of the town. Looking in the direction this trace led, the cavalry leader's expression changed again. About 10 kilometers in this direction, there was another important material warehouse. If his guesses weren't wrong, the Lampuri Kingdom's small team should be heading to this warehouse. "Everyone follow. Quickly." The cavalry leader roared out and jumped onto his horse. He called out to his subordinates to follow this clear trace to the west. After around 20 minutes, the cavalry leader's light cavalry had already crossed over 10 kilometers. However, before he could reach the warehouse, he could already see a bright flame rising into the sky in front of him. There were also several plumes of smoke rising straight into the sky. The cavalry leader's heart sunk. After speeding in the direction of the fire and smoke, he found that the facts were not out of his expectations. This material warehouse that was originally set up here and was also heavily guarded was now in a sea of fire. It could be said that it was almost completely destroyed. When they came close, they met another group of light cavalry that had come to support them. The other side saw the warehouse covered in flames and smoke at the same time, with looks of shock on their faces. After the two sides met, the cavalry leader described the situation to the other side's leader. The two sides didn't talk much as they quickly gathered and followed the traces left by the enemy, heading northeast. However, in the direction they were heading, what awaited them was a destroyed warehouse and a mess on the ground. Not only did they not catch up to the enemy, as time went on, they found that the distance between them and the enemy seemed to be increasing. Such a mysterious enemy force that they could not even catch a glimpse of was undoubtedly a huge problem. Soon, the Tanling Regiment received the news and quickly mobilized the troops left behind to strengthen the defenses of the various supply bases. At the same time, they gathered their forces and followed the traces left by the enemy to surround them. They wanted to catch this group of enemy that dared to sneak into the hinterland. However, The reality was even more shocking. No matter how many people the Tanlang regiment mobilized to chase and surround them, the enemy that snuck in seemed to be able to predict the future. They avoided the Tanlang regiment's army in advance and escaped through the gaps before the encirclement was formed. What was even worse was that after they escaped, they didn't choose to retreat immediately. Instead, they continued to ambush the Tanlang regiment's rear. In just a single day, the enemy had already destroyed 13 warehouses and 37 sentry posts of the Tanlang regiment. It could be said that the rear was filled with chaos. What gave the Tanlang regiment the biggest headache was that from the small-scale battles before, the Lampari Kingdom's assault team didn't have that many people, but their battle strength was very shocking. Even if they met a Tanlang regiment team of 1,000 or 2,000, they could easily defeat them. So even if the Tanlang regiment wanted to catch these enemies, they had to send out enough forces to deal with them. At this time, the Tanlang regiment was already struggling to deal with them, so they couldn't send out enough forces to deal with this small team. Helpless, the Tanlang regiment could only give up on scattering their supplies to make it easier for them to resupply. They gathered all their supplies in the largest supply base. This largest supply base was the core of the Tanlang regiment, so there were at least 5,000 elites guarding it. There were also many military magic machines that the Sak Kingdom had developed to protect it. With the strength of the Lampari Kingdom's assault team, it was impossible for them to attack this supply base because that would be seeking their own death. What happened next proved the Tanlang regiment's guess. After gathering all their supplies, that mysterious enemy never appeared again. However, the Tanlang regiment never would have thought that this mysterious enemy that gave them such a headache would have already left the Sak Kingdom and returned to the Lampari Kingdom's Northern Army's territory in the Muerto Mountains. Chapter 940. Captain Eiffel jumped out of the armored magic vehicle, and as soon as his feet touched the ground, 3 men and a woman wearing the new flyer uniform came forward. One of the young men reached his hand out to Captain Eiffel. "Captain Eiffel, please give us the battle report." Captain Eiffel gave a thumbs up to the back. "Get it from that fellow behind you. I have to report to my superiors first." The 3 of them nodded and went around him, taking the battle report from Peter. After looking it over, the woman, Peter, and Sakmarin returned to the armored magic vehicle. The 2 men, Robin and Marco, went around the armored magic vehicle to inspect it. Seeing these people busy themselves again, Captain Eiffel shook his head. He thought that new flyer really was troublesome. It was a good thing he didn't need to deal with these fellows. These 3 were engineers from New Flyer. It said that they were sent here by New Flyer to inspect the military magic machines of the Northern Army. The 3 of them were mainly responsible for the armored magic vehicles of the Special Forces. Every time Captain Eiffel came back from a mission, they had to submit a detailed battle report. They were required to record everything that happened during the battle. The most important thing was the various accidents that happened during the battle that affected the armored magic vehicles. The explanation given by New Flyer was that they could use these battle reports to collect data on the armored magic vehicles and use this data to make improvements to the armored magic vehicles. Because of this goal, these engineers kept asking the soldiers who actually operated the armored magic vehicles for their opinions. In order to obtain first-hand information, these engineers didn't mind asking questions. They would ask the soldiers about the details that they couldn't think of. Captain Eiffel and his subordinates were all rough men, so how could they take this trouble? However, other than Captain Eiffel, who could use the excuse of reporting to his superiors to escape, the others couldn't escape at all. Cooperating with New Flyer was a direct order from the Lampari Kingdom's army headquarters, so the normal soldiers could only listen. Seeing a male engineer pull Robin over and point at an ordinary groove on the outside of the armored magic vehicle, Captain Eiffel gave a laugh of schadenfreude before turning to head to the command center of the camp. After taking a few steps, there was a buzzing sound that came from above. Captain Eiffel immediately looked up and saw 5 magic airships slowly rising into the sky. They turned into 5 black dots that couldn't be seen as they flew to the north. Hey, those idiots from the Sak Kingdom. They should be crying to death soon. Captain Eiffel was in a good mood, as swayed as he walked into the command center. Report. The Special Mobile Army's 1st Squad's commander, Shaluk Eiffel report. As soon as he entered the gate of the command center, Captain Eiffel gave a salute. Inside the command center, a few senior officers of the Northern Battlefront Army and several advisors were studying a sand table in the middle. Hearing Eiffel's report, the Northern Battlefront Army's commander, General Rudolph Taildon, waved at him. "All right, quickly come over. Eiffel, your 1st Squad just went to the Hungry Wolf Regiment's backyard and came back. Tell me, how is the situation?" Captain Eiffel looked up with a proud smile that couldn't be hidden as he loudly replied. Reporting to the general, we were very relaxed in their backyard. It was no different from going on a field trip. General Teuton laughed before patting Captain Eiffel's shoulder. Then he pointed at the sand table in front of him and said, "Tell me about what you did in the past few days." Captain Eiffel's mind trembled. He looked at the sand table in front of him that was based on the map the reconnaissance airship team had obtained and described to the surrounding people how his 1st Squad had caused trouble in the Hungry Wolf Regiment's backyard over the past 2 days. Actually, regarding their actions in the past 2 days, the reconnaissance magic airships that had been following them in the sky already knew about it and had reported it to the Northern Army's command center. What these people want to know now was just a few details. Eiffel, you just said that the Hungry Wolf Regiment's light cavalry chased after you for 2 days and couldn't catch up to you at all. What specifically happened? General Teuton suddenly asked. Captain Eiffel was suddenly interrupted and was surprised. He tilted his head to think before replying. They couldn't catch up. The armor magic vehicles are much faster than the horses of the light cavalry, so there were several times when we saw them chasing us. As long as we found a direction to run in, we would be able to throw them off without even seeing their shadows. With the difference in speed, their war horses need to rest, and our armored magic vehicles don't. So how could they catch up? I believe that you can easily throw them off on normal plains, but what if the terrain is complicated? The war horses should be able to adapt to the terrain better than the armor magic vehicles. So how did you deal with them? General Teuton asked. Captain Eiffel laughed. General, of course it's hard for us to run on complicated terrain, but why do we have to race them on complicated terrain? Actually, we've been running in circles with them over the past few days, so they couldn't catch up to us at all. Adding in the fact that the reconnaissance airship gave us information on their forces, it wasn't hard at all. Oh, General Teuton turned to look at the other officers and staff officers before saying with a nod, "Very good. If it's like this, it seems like we can experiment with a new tactic we thought of before." Experiment? New tactic? Captain Eiffel looked at General Teuton in confusion. General Teuton turned to look at him and revealed a smile. "All right, Captain Eiffel, you and your subordinates have done an outstanding job, so now go back and rest. If nothing unexpected happens, there will be an even more important mission for you in 2 days, so prepare yourselves." "Yes, Lord General." Captain Eiffel immediately gave the order in a loud voice before leaving the command center. Although he cared about what General Teuton said very much, since General Teuton wasn't planning on telling him now, it meant that he didn't need to know for now. After leaving the command center, he didn't immediately return to his barracks to sleep. Instead, he went to the simple bathhouse specially prepared by the camp to take a comfortable bath. Then, he went to the canteen to have a full meal. Only then did he return to his barracks to lie down with extreme satisfaction. Feeling the cool breeze from the large magic fan in the corner of the room, Captain Eiffel couldn't help letting out a comfortable groan. How was this a fucking war? It's simply a trip for the nobles. It was no wonder Captain Eiffel gave this kind of emotional sigh. As a veteran of the Northern Army for many years, Captain Eiffel had fought the Sac Kingdom's Hungry Wolf Regiment several times. Before this, in the 10 years he had served, because of the Lampari Kingdom's financial problems, the Northern Army's supplies had always been very hard to come by. It was already very hard to maintain the basic equipment of the Northern Army, not to mention the other logistical supplies. In the previous battles, the soldiers of the Northern Battlefront Army only had one meal to eat. They only ate the simplest and coarsest steam buns. Sometimes, they would hunt some wild animals to fill their stomachs. As for vegetables, it was very hard to see them. One was because they were poor, and two was because it was hard to transport them. As for sleeping, there was even less hope. Most of the time, they would thank the heavens if they had a simple tent. As for warm blankets, they didn't even need to think about it. Every winter, the Northern Army couldn't even have enough cotton-padded clothes. Even if they had cotton-padded clothes, most of them were of poor quality. They couldn't even keep the soldiers warm. Once winter came, the Northern Army would lose quite a few non-combat soldiers because of the cold. However, since the appearance of the new flyer, the Northern Army's days became better day by day. With the support of the Frestac Chamber of Commerce, the Northern Army had obtained the military magic machines, suppressing the Hungry Wolf Regiment for the first time. They had the absolute advantage on the battlefield, which made all the Northern Army soldiers happy. When the Lampari Kingdom's financial situation gradually improved and adding in the development of the magic machine industry in the Lampari Kingdom, the various aspects of manufacturing increased, causing the Northern Army's logistical supplies to undergo an earth-shattering change. To be specific, take the most basic food and clothing as an example. The Northern Army was now equipped with large amounts of magic stoves, allowing the Northern Army soldiers to cook whenever they wanted, and they didn't need to worry about the smoke from the stoves exposing themselves. Adding in the powerful transportation ability of the Lampari Kingdom, it ensured that all kinds of fresh food would be delivered to the Northern Army, allowing them to eat nutritious meals at any time. What made Captain Eiffel and most of the Northern Army soldiers happy was the fact that they would almost always have meat. Ever since the new flyer worked with the two elven tribes and several companies in the Lampari Kingdom to open several poultry farms, the amount of meat produced in the Lampari Kingdom had greatly increased. Right now, the normal citizens of the Lampari Kingdom didn't find meat as rare as before. The rough soldiers were able to obtain the largest amount of meat from the military headquarters. In terms of clothing, the military headquarters had already appointed the Armani Chamber of Commerce as the military uniform supplier. With the Armani Chamber of Commerce's powerful clothing manufacturing ability, no matter how many clothes the military headquarters needed, the Armani Chamber of Commerce would be able to provide them on time. The clothes that Captain Eiffel was wearing right now, from the inside to the outside, even the underwear was made by the Armani Chamber of Commerce. Because he was a low-level officer, the quality of his clothes was a bit better than normal soldiers. Even if he wasn't in the army, he would look very stylish if he wore it out and the quality was good. Captain Eiffel had already thought that when he retired from the army, he could bring back the clothes that were given to him each year. It would be enough for him to not need to buy new clothes, and he could save quite a bit of money. Comparing the two, if it was said that the Northern Army soldiers resisting the attacks of the Hungry Wolf Regiment and even their normal days in the Muerto Mountains were a kind of torture, now it was simply like they were in heaven. Captain Eiffel thought about the changes while enjoying the cool breeze from the magic fan, feeling incomparably comfortable. After a while, he fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 941. If someone was happy, naturally there would be people who were worried. When Captain Eiffel fell asleep, the new commander of the Hungry Wolf Regiment, Toby Ted, had a dark look on his face as he looked at the battle report in his hand. In the end, he couldn't hold back the rage in his heart as he slapped the battle report on the table in front of him. Who the F***CK can tell me what the F***CK is going on? Commander Ted's eyes were wide open, and they were spitting out endless fury. The other Hungry Wolf Regiment soldiers in the tent all lowered their heads, and no one responded. The entire tent fell into a deathly silence. Seeing the reactions of the others, Commander Ted became even angrier, but he couldn't find a place to vent his anger. This was because the sudden attack on the supply base wasn't because someone had made a mistake. Rather, they weren't prepared for the Lampari Kingdom's attack at all. They had placed 10,000 elite soldiers in the last and most important supply base and had set up layers of blockades along the way. They didn't want to give that annoying Lampari Kingdom team any chance. However, they never would have thought that the attack of the Lampari Kingdom's northern army wouldn't come from any corner of the continent, but rather from the sky. According to the report, the 5 magic airships had suddenly appeared above the supply base yesterday afternoon and dropped countless magic bombs without any mercy. In less than 5 minutes, the supply base had been turned into a sea of flames. Because it happened so suddenly and the other side's attack was so fierce, the soldiers in charge of defending the supply base couldn't react at all. Of course, even if they could react, they couldn't deal with the 5 magic airships high up in the sky at all. Although there were 10 magicians left in the defending army to be safe, according to the report, these 10 magicians couldn't even fly into the sky under the attack of the 5 magic airships, so naturally they couldn't fight back. In the end, the defending army could only watch as the 5 magic airships attacked the supply base in the sky, but they couldn't do anything about it. Moreover, the attack of the magic airships was too strong, so the defending army could only withdraw most of their people. They didn't have any extra energy to save the precious supplies at all. As a result, the Hungry Wolf Corps was in a dire situation. The most important logistical resource for an army was almost depleted, and the Lampari Kingdom's Northern Battlefront Army was still pressuring them, giving them no chance to breathe. However, if they wanted to counterattack, they would need even more supplies. Not mentioning anything else, just the 100 magic cannons of the Hungry Wolf Regiment needed large amounts of magic shells to support them. Without enough supplies, these 100 magic cannons were just decorations. After throwing a fit, Commander Ted forced himself to calm down. As all their supplies had been destroyed, there was no way the Hungry Wolf Corps could withstand the attacks of the Lampari Kingdom's Northern Battlefront Army. They could only retreat. However, once they retreated here, it was equal to giving up the most important gateway to the Sac Kingdom. It would allow the Lampari Kingdom's army to invade the Sac Kingdom without any scruples. So even if they retreated, they had to make careful arrangements. At least they had to wait for the White Tiger Regiment's reinforcements to arrive. Of course, if the army headquarters could react quickly and send another batch of supplies from the kingdom, they would still have a chance to fight. However, Commander Ted knew very well that this was almost impossible. Not to mention that it would take several days for the army headquarters to receive his request for reinforcements, and it would take some time for them to make a decision. The most headache-inducing thing was that it would take them at least a week to send the supplies to the Hungry Wolf Regiment. Thinking of this, Commander Ted couldn't help cursing in his heart. When he took over the Hungry Wolf Regiment and the southern defenses of the kingdom, he had suggested to the army headquarters to build a road that connected the Hungry Wolf Regiment's camp to the depths of the kingdom, making it easier to transport supplies, but the army headquarters had rejected this idea. The reason given by the army headquarters was that it would cost at least 500,000 gold coins to build a road. Instead of spending this money here, it was better to spend it on other things like making more magic cannons for the military magic machine research facility. However, based on the current situation, the increase in traffic brought by the road was clearly more important. If the Sac Kingdom had roads like the Lampari Kingdom, as well as countless transport magic cars, it didn't matter if the Hungry Wolf Regiment supply base was destroyed, because with this convenient transportation, they could quickly resupply and didn't need to worry at all. Commander Ted was certain that the Lampari Kingdom's Northern Battlefront Army would have the supplies that he dreamed of. Because there were roads all over the Lampari Kingdom, and there were countless transport magic cars that had replaced horse carriages, it would guarantee that they could receive new supplies in the shortest amount of time. The most important thing was that the other side had an advantage that they couldn't deal with at all, which was the magic airships. Thinking of this, Commander Ted looked up at the top of the tent. After thinking for a bit, he looked down and his face was back to normal. Pass down the order, give up on Intact Mountain. Everyone will withdraw and return to Novak Pass. Everyone in the tent raised their heads in unison and looked at Commander Ted in astonishment. General, are we retreating? An officer couldn't help asking. That's right. Commander Ted nodded expressionlessly. Commander Ted gave a nod. Now that the supply base has been destroyed, we don't have the ability to stay here and fight the other side. Instead of being broken through in a few days, it's better to retreat now and preserve our strength. Everyone looked at each other before giving a sigh. Although they weren't willing, they knew in their hearts that the Lord Commander was completely right. The Hungry Wolf Regiment was already having a hard time dealing with the Northern Battlefront Army, and now that their supplies had suffered such a heavy blow, it was impossible for them to keep going. Other than that, Upton, in the report to the Army headquarters, you have to focus on the threat of the other side's magic airships. If possible, I hope that the Army headquarters can send great magicians to the front lines to help. Everyone was surprised again. So in the mind of the Lord Commander, the threat of the magic airships was already this big that they even needed to use great magicians to deal with them? But thinking about it, that was right. The Battle of the Supply Base yesterday showed that normal soldiers couldn't pose any threat to the magic airships in the sky. The only ones who could attack in the air were the magicians. But those magicians who weren't that high couldn't even approach the magic airships with their dense attacks, so they couldn't play much of a role. The only ones who could pose a threat to the magic airships were great magicians. But the Sac Kingdom only had 7 great magicians, so they wouldn't easily move out. Once they really needed to use great magicians, it meant that the Sac Kingdom was in a very serious situation. Thinking of the powerful attacks that the Lampari Kingdom's Northern Battlefront Army had shown in the past few days, as well as the strange abilities they had outside the battlefield that people couldn't even imagine, everyone in the tent was silent and didn't question Commander Ted at all. Seeing the reactions of his subordinates, Commander Ted gave a sigh in his heart. When he took the position of commander of the Hungry Wolf Regiment from Chalon Linear, he thought that with his powerful battle experience and his ability to see the bigger picture, as well as the Sac Kingdom becoming stronger over the past few years, he would be able to reverse the situation of the Hungry Wolf Regiment being suppressed by the Lampari Kingdom's Northern Battlefront Army. He would be able to suppress the Lampari Kingdom like before. But now that he was in this position, he realized why Chalon Linear was so helpless in front of him, not to mention the large difference in equipment between the Hungry Wolf Regiment and the Lampari Kingdom's Northern Battlefront Army. Just in terms of logistics, the difference between the two sides was countless times. The Lampari Kingdom's Northern Battlefront Army had the support of the Lampari Kingdom and a new flyer behind the scenes, so they didn't have to worry about anything. As for the Hungry Wolf Regiment, if they wanted the support of the Sac Kingdom's army headquarters, they had to look at some people's faces. Of course, the most important problem was that with the development of the past few years, the Lampari Kingdom's national strength had grown to a terrifying level. When it came to the battlefield, it showed the disparity in various details. For example, the Lampari Kingdom's Northern Battlefront Army's shocking firepower and mobility, as well as the 5 magic airships that made people despair, or the Lampari Kingdom's Northern Battlefront Army's ability to cooperate and control information that people couldn't understand. Commander Ted was very confident in these things in the Hungry Wolf Regiment. But after the real battle began, he found that the Lampari Kingdom's Northern Battlefront Army's strength had surpassed his imagination. They didn't seem like an army that existed in this era at all. This made Commander Ted think of a short article that he had read in the Sac Kingdom's Shinfei Magic Machine Weekly last year. This short article was written by the New Flyers chairman Sue E., and it was related to the military magic machines. Putting aside the part about the military magic machines, what left the deepest impression on Commander Ted were the words Sue E. said at the end. With the appearance of the military magic machines, the previous method of using soldiers, war horses, bows, and blades has officially become history. With the development of the military magic machines, the new modern method of warfare will be based on seizing information, relying on powerful mobility and firepower to seize time and space. The enemy can't even fight back. With a new method of warfare, the traditional method of warfare can't resist at all, and victory or defeat will be decided before the battle even begins. We saw this before. Commander Ted gave a snort of disdain. He felt that Sue, he was just bragging about his company's military magic machines. But now that he had personally experienced the battle with the Lampari Kingdom's Northern Battlefront Army for several days, Commander Ted thought of these words, and his heart was filled with emotions. Sue, he was right. Because of the appearance of the military magic machines, the war of swords and spears would never return. Chapter 942. The war between the Lampari Kingdom and the Sac Kingdom attracted the attention of everyone in the signs. Before the war officially began, there were many people who had made predictions and analyses of the results of this war. For most people, they would lean towards the Lampari Kingdom. thinking that the Lampari kingdom had a higher chance of winning. When the war between the two countries began, facts proved that their predictions were correct. The Lampari kingdom had the advantage. However, no one would have thought that the Lampari kingdom's advantage over the Sac kingdom would be this clear. The battle between the two sides in the Muerto Mountains was between the northern army that was known as the strongest in the Lampuri kingdom and the Hungry Wolf Regiment that was known as the strongest in the Sac kingdom with the most military magic machines. Countless people were interested in this battle because this was the first time that two armies equipped with military magic machines had fought in the signs, so it had a lot of reference value. Before this, the military magic machines produced by the Xinfei Chamber of Commerce had already been demonstrated in the Kingdom of Ruhr when they repelled the Kanla Empire's two invasions, receiving the attention of countless countries. The Sac Kingdom had also announced that they had the ability to mass-produce military magic machines, and they had also demonstrated the powerful battle strength of their military magic machines when they invaded the Antilla Kingdom. So in this battle, everyone wanted to see if the military magic machines produced by the Xinfei Chamber of Commerce were stronger or if the Sac Kingdoms were better. Most people felt that the military magic machines produced by the New Flyer were stronger since the New Flyer had invested more time in them. However, when the two sides really started fighting, the truth still gave everyone a shock. The Sac Kingdom's Hungry Wolf Regiment had been in a short stalemate with the Lampari Kingdom's northern army in the Muerto Mountains for the first 4 days of the battle, but they had been defeated without any suspense. They couldn't resist the attacks of the Lampari Kingdom's northern army at all. In just half a month after the battle began, the vanguard of the Lampari Kingdom's northern army was like a hot knife through butter as they reached the Sac Kingdom's capital, Lordaeron City. Although this vanguard was only a small army of several hundred people, letting an enemy army come all the way to their capital and leave without any losses, this was without a doubt a great shame to the Sac Kingdom. However, the Sac Kingdom couldn't do anything about this shame. On the battlefield, the Hungry Wolf Regiment and the Polar Bear Regiment couldn't stop the advance of the Lampari Kingdom's northern army at all. No matter how strong their defenses were, under the fierce attacks of the northern army's magic cannons, they couldn't even hold it for an hour. In just half a month after the battle began, the Sac Kingdom's army had lost over 30,000 people. Even the Polar Bear Regiment that they were proud of that was equipped with large amounts of military magic machines that could compete with the New Flyers Guards had lost most of their battle strength. Seeing that the Northern Army's main force had already reached Lordaeron City and they couldn't stop them at all, the Sac Kingdom finally took the initiative to ask the Lampari Kingdom for peace on the 26th day of the battle. The Lampari Kingdom had surprisingly agreed to this. Following this, the two countries sent out representatives for peace talks that lasted for half a month. There weren't many people who knew the specifics, but according to the information that the Lampari Kingdom released through the Lampari Weekly, the Sac Kingdom had paid a very painful price in the peace talks to have the Lampari Kingdom sign the ceasefire agreement. The Lampari Weekly didn't reveal the details of this price, but just the few that were announced were already shocking. First, the Sac Kingdom ceded 7 cities in the southern province and the southeast province that belonged to them to the Lampari Kingdom. These 7 cities were close to the border between the two countries, and they were connected to each other. The total area was over 20,000 square kilometers, which wasn't small at all. The border between the two countries was the Muerto mountain range, so both sides used this mountain range as a natural defense. But now that the Sac Kingdom had ceded the 7 southern cities to the Lampari Kingdom, the Sac Kingdom had lost their natural southern defense. The Lampari Kingdom's military was clearly stronger than the Sac Kingdom's, so this was equal to the Sac Kingdom stripping themselves naked. They had exposed themselves in front of the Lampari Kingdom, so they couldn't resist at all. Second, the Sac Kingdom gave the Lampari Kingdom a total of 20 million gold coins as war compensation. Of course, this compensation wasn't all in cash. In order to pay this compensation, the Sac Kingdom had opened up countless minerals, lumber, herbs, and other resources to the Lampari Kingdom. Third, the Sac Kingdom would completely open up their access to the Lampari Kingdom. This meant that any person or caravan from the Lampari Kingdom wouldn't need to be checked when they entered the Sac Kingdom, just like when they entered and left the Lampari Kingdom. Of course, the Lampari Kingdom had already abolished the entrance tax for the various cities, so the Sack Kingdom cities also couldn't collect entrance taxes. On this, the Lampuri Weekly had specially pointed out a very special place. It was that while the Sack Kingdom was completely open to the Lampari Kingdom, they were also completely open to the New Flyer. This was something that was very easy for people to understand. This was because everyone knew that the New Flyer was the most important supporter of the Lampari Kingdom behind the scenes. The Lampari Kingdom had obtained many benefits from winning this war, so the New Flyer wouldn't be polite. Now that the New Flyer was only asking the Sack Kingdom to completely open up to them, in everyone's eyes, this condition was already too relaxed. After both sides signed the ceasefire agreement, the Northern Army retreated from the Sack Kingdom, but they didn't return to the Lampari Kingdom. Rather, they were stationed in the 7 cities that the Sack Kingdom had ceded to the Lampari Kingdom. They were here to supervise the Sack Kingdom's management of these 7 cities, while waiting for the Lampari Kingdom to send people to take over these 7 cities. Moreover, the Northern Army's garrison would be set up here in the future. This was because the border between the 2 countries was no longer the Muerto Mountains, but rather the border between these 7 cities and the other cities of the Sack Kingdom. After another month, a delegation set off from the Lampari Kingdom and headed north, arriving in the Sack Kingdom's capital, Lordaeron City, 3 days later. This delegation was sent by the Lampari Kingdom's Queen 70. They were here to sign the ceasefire agreement with the Sack Kingdom. They were here to discuss the final details of the ceasefire agreement with the Sack Kingdom before finally signing it. They were expected to stay in Lordaeron City for around half a month. When they entered Rotterdam City, a small team left the residence of the delegation and went straight to the Military Magic Machine Research Institute that belonged to the kingdom's Magic Research Institute in the west of Rotterdam City. This small group didn't belong to the Lampari Kingdom's delegation. Rather, they were people sent by the New Flyer. Their goal for coming here was because in the ceasefire agreement between the 2 countries, the New Flyer had requested the Sack Kingdom to hand over some researchers from the Military Magic Machine Research Facility, so they were here to receive these people. Seeing these people wearing the uniform of the New Flyer charge in, Great Magician Maiev, who was in charge of the research facility, naturally didn't have a good expression. "You want us to give people to you? Impossible." Maiev stopped them without any courtesy, speaking in a very impolite tone. "Great Magician Maiev, this is something your country has already agreed on in the ceasefire agreement. You don't have the right to stop us." The one leading the team, this time, was Miss Fei Vin, who had been promoted from the manager of the Magic Machine Development Workshop to the manager of the New Flyer headquarters. Faced with Great Magician Maiev stopping her, she didn't panic at all and calmly stated this fact to Great Magician Maiev. "That agreement was signed by those bastards at the Royal Parliament. It has nothing to do with us." Great Magician Maiev still refused to let them in. Great Magician Maiev still refused to give up. "Our Academy of Magic people aren't managed by the Kingdom's Parliament. They don't have the right to hand us over." Actually, the reason why Great Magician Maiev was this angry was mainly because of his hesitation from before. When the Lampari Kingdom and the Sa-Air Kingdom were fighting, the army had asked for the help of 7 great magicians, including him. At that time, Great Magician Maiev used the reason that he was focused on researching more powerful military magic machines to reject them, so he couldn't help. Then there were 5 other great magicians who participated in the battle against the Lampari Kingdom, but according to the news that came back, even with these 5 great magicians, they couldn't defeat the Lampari Kingdom's army on the battlefield. There was even a battle where a great magician tried to sink a magic airship of the Lampari Kingdom's northern army, but he was surrounded by 5 magic airships and fell in the end. It was because of the fall of this great magician that the Sack Kingdom's last bit of faith in resistance was destroyed. It made the king and the kingdom's parliament agree to take the initiative to negotiate. After learning about the fall of that great magician Maiev felt a bit sad, but he also felt happy. He was very happy that he didn't participate in the battle. Otherwise, if he had fallen, it would have been irreparable. At the same time, because of this, he felt a bit guilty. So when faced with the Frestec Chamber of Commerce that was the main culprit that caused the death of his fellow Great Magician Maev was filled with rage. However, Phidon didn't care about him at all. She shook her head and calmly said, Great Magician Maev, I have to remind you, although you don't have to listen to the Sack Kingdom's parliament, you don't have the right to stop others from choosing. Great Magician Maev was surprised. What do you mean by this? Could it be that you want to say that my subordinates will take the initiative to go to your new flyer? Phidon revealed a faint smile on her calm face as she pointed behind him. You can ask them for their opinions. Great Magician Maev was surprised again. He turned around in a daze and saw that a group of subordinates from the Military Magic Machine Research Facility had gathered behind him at an unknown time. These people looked at Phidon with eyes filled with anticipation and excitement. There wasn't any disgust or hatred at all. Chapter 943. Seveni put down the document in her hand and looked up at Sue, sitting in front of her, suddenly breaking out in laughter. Sue, touched his face in confusion. What? Is there something on my face? No. Seveni waved her hand and pointed at the document on the table before saying with a smile, I just feel that. Not only did you steal a bunch of researchers from the Sack Kingdom's Military Magic Machine Research Facility, you also stole all their research materials. This is simply like a robber robbing someone's house. If I was the Sack Kingdom's king, I would definitely hate you to death. Sue, gave a laugh, not caring about this at all. This is the choice of those researchers. How can you say that I'm a robber? Willing. Seveni's smile became wider. Seveni's smile became even wider. If it wasn't for your new flyer secretly bribing those researchers ahead of time, why would they willingly come to your new flyer? Being bribed by our company is enough to prove that they aren't loyal to the Sack Kingdom at all. After saying this, Sue, gave a cold laugh before continuing. So I only gave these fellows normal research tasks, but I never let them touch the core parts. Seveni couldn't help rolling her eyes at Sue. You clearly gave them all those conditions to lure them over, but now you're saying that they aren't loyal enough. Sue, shook his head. Actually, this isn't a matter of loyalty or not. The reason why I leaked some information on the military magic machines to the Sack Kingdom through Teresa was to try to have the Sack Kingdom fully invest in the military magic machines. I hoped that they could develop something new from their point of view. Perhaps it would give our company some inspiration on the military magic machines. Then what are the results now? Has it inspired your company's research? I can't see it now. We need to wait until we absorb the research materials from those researchers before we can determine if it really is useful. Sue, said. Seveni was silent for a bit before suddenly asking, Then what about Teresa? How did you deal with this little girl? Sue, looked at Seveni with a strange gaze, not understanding why she would suddenly care about Teresa. Little girl? She is a spy sent by the Sack Kingdom's army to steal our new flyer's secrets. How could she be considered a little girl? But isn't she beautiful? Furthermore, he seemed to have just turned 20 this year, right? Why aren't you a little girl anymore? Seveni turned and asked with a mysterious look, To be honest, Sue, have you ever had feelings for her? Sue, looked at Seveni in surprise. I say, she is a spy sent by the Sack Kingdom. Why would I have feelings for her? That's when you found out later. What about before you found out? I remember that you cared about her a lot during that time. You even asked me to investigate if the situation she mentioned really happened in the Sack Kingdom. Seveni still had a curious look. If you didn't have feelings for her, why would you care about her this much? Sue, he was speechless. After a while, he said with a sigh, All right, since she was a little girl at first and had such a pitiful experience, I did want to help her. But after I found out that she was a spy sent by the Sack Kingdom, do you think that I would still have feelings for her? That might not be the case, Seveni said with a smile. Seveni said with a smile, According to the information we've found, Teresa isn't lying at all. Everything she said is true. The only difference is that the Sack Kingdom's army saw that she was beautiful, so they trained her to be a spy. Her background and experiences are so pitiful. Could it be that you don't sympathize with her after knowing this? Sue, he slightly knit his brows. I don't understand what you're saying. I sympathize with her experiences, But that doesn't change the fact that she is a spy. As the new Flyers chairman, how could I have feelings for her? So you coldly used her to send the wrong information on the military magic machines to the Sack Kingdom, and then used those things to trick those fellows into doing your research for you before receiving the results? 70 looked at Sue E and gave a sigh before shaking her head. Sue E, why didn't I see that you were such a sinister fellow before? Sue E didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I say, 70, what's wrong with you? When this plan was made, you participated the entire time, and now you're saying that I'm sinister. Could it be that you want to stay out of this? 70 gave a soft snort. I was just cooperating with you. This entire plan was thought of by you. It isn't related to me. Seeing 70's look of disdain, Sue E could only helplessly shake his head and give up the idea of arguing with 70. This plan against the Sack Kingdom was something that Sue E came up with when he found out that Teresa was a spy sent by the Sack Kingdom. In the beginning, he didn't think that much. He just wanted to use Teresa to let the Sack Kingdom obtain the wrong information on the military magic machines, giving them the ability to research the military magic machines. Of course, he didn't plan on letting the Sack Kingdom grasp the method to make large amounts of military magic machines. His goal in doing this was just to make the Sack Kingdom waste more human forces on this. But after the Sack Kingdom invested large amounts of manpower and resources into researching the military magic machines, Su Yi's ideas changed. He began to have Evita control the information given to Teresa, try to put in some core information. After the Sack Kingdom invested a shocking amount of manpower and resources, they actually developed several military magic machines. The one that the Sack Kingdom invested the most and researched the most was the magic cannon. With the magic repeating crossbows, magic trebuchets, and other military magic machines, the Sack Kingdom thought that they had the military magic machines and had great power. After several years of accumulation, the Sack Kingdom had successfully made quite a few military magic machines, which increased their confidence. Suddenly moving against the Antilla Kingdom to the north was actually a manifestation of this confidence. Of course, it could also be considered a test to see if the military magic machines they made were powerful or not. Facts prove that the Sack Kingdom's research in the military magic machines had been effective, allowing them to easily defeat the Antilla Kingdom's army. However, the Sack Kingdom never would have thought that the Lampari Kingdom would suddenly choose to declare war on the Sack Kingdom at this time. There was no suspense in this war, and the Lampari Kingdom easily won. So this declared that the Sack Kingdom's investment in the military magic machines had been wasted. Rather, New Flyer had taken the most elite researchers and the best research materials from the Sack Kingdom's military magic machine research facility. In this plan, the one that suffered the most was the Sack Kingdom, and the one that gained the most benefits was the Lampari Kingdom. As for New Flyer, they had only stolen some of the military magic machine researchers and materials. From the perspective of others like 70, this wasn't considered much of a gain. You can't say it like this. Sue, he slowly shook his head. Gains and investments are proportional. We didn't invest much this time, so our gains are only this much. Moreover, compared to the land and compensation that you need, I care more about these rare researchers and precious materials. Of course, it is also important for the Sack Kingdom to fully open to us. All right, it could be considered both of us taking what we need. 70 revealed a naughty smile to Sue E that she wouldn't show to anyone else. Since the Sack Kingdom signed the peace treaty and the Lampari Kingdom's officials took over the 7 cities that the Sack Kingdom ceded, 70 had been in a good mood during this time. For a king, successfully opening up new territory for their country was without a doubt the greatest achievement. This was something that none of the previous kings of the Lampari Kingdom could do. Only 70 had succeeded. Moreover, this was defeating the Sack Kingdom that had suppressed the Lampari Kingdom for several hundred years, taking land from the Sack Kingdom. This made this achievement even more shocking. After receiving this news, the Lampari Kingdom was filled with excitement. Almost all the newspapers in the country were singing praises for Queen 70, and there were even countless people who called Queen 70 the greatest queen in the history of the Lampari Kingdom. Because of this victory, Seveni's prestige in the Lampari kingdom had reached a peak. It could be said that as long as Seveni said a single word, there was no one in the Lampari kingdom that dared to go against her. If one was to talk about the benefits for Sui, this was one of them. Now that Seveni had won this war, she had more control over the Lampari kingdom. Adding in the large benefits she could obtain from the Sac kingdom, the plans that couldn't be implemented in the Lampari kingdom before could now be implemented without any scruples. One of them was the plan to set up the magic communication network. Sui took the initiative to come to Anvilmar City to see Seveni today to discuss a few plans. But when he was about to speak, Seveni suddenly said to Sui with a smile, "Hey, Sui, give Teresa to me, all right?" Chapter 944. After walking out of the Lampari Kingdom's royal palace, Sui couldn't help looking back before helplessly shaking his head. Why did Seveni have to steal Teresa? This little girl who had received a bit of training as a spy in the Sac Kingdom's army headquarters. The only value she had other than her appearance was the magic machine knowledge she had gained from working in the New Flyer for a while. If Seveni wanted to obtain this knowledge through her, there was no need for that at all. Because since he had his suspicions about Teresa, Sui had Evita keep watching her. Then he deliberately controlled the information she had access to. She did know some important technology for the New Flyer, but with just her, she couldn't do anything. Not to mention that Sui had Evita mix in some fake information. Even if others obtained it, the final result would be the same as the Sac Kingdom, where the investment and output wouldn't match. Of course, the Sac Kingdom's battle strength in the war against the Antilla Kingdom was very strong in the eyes of the other countries on the continent, but it wasn't enough in Sui's eyes at all. He was very clear that the Sac Kingdom's military magic machines had many flaws, but because the Lampari Kingdom had defeated the Sac Kingdom too easily, he didn't even tell Seveni about these flaws and let the Lampari Kingdom's army take advantage of them. So Teresa wasn't important in Sui's eyes at all. Before the Lampari Kingdom started their war against the Sac Kingdom, he had Evita expose her disguise and lock her up. Objectively speaking, for a spy who had stolen important secrets from the New Flyer, Sui should have given her a corresponding punishment. There were even many countries that would directly execute this kind of person. However, Vivian had always treated Teresa as a good friend and kept pleading for her, making it hard for Sui to do anything. Now that Seveni had taken the initiative to ask Sui for Teresa, she had indirectly helped Sui solve this problem. It's fine, she didn't cause any real harm to the company anyway, and she is a pitiful person who has always been used by others, so it's fine to let Seveni take care of her. Like this, Vivian shouldn't blame me, right? Sui gave a bitter laugh and shook his head. Then he let out a sigh and threw these little girl-like thoughts out of his mind, focusing on the important matter that he needed to pay attention to. There were many reasons for the war between the Lampari Kingdom and the Sac Kingdom this time, so the people who paid attention to this war had different analyses. But to Sui, there was only one reason for this war, which was the economy. There was a famous saying on Earth that any war was an extension of the economy. To Sui, the biggest meaning of the war between the Lampari Kingdom and the Sac Kingdom was this. Many people only paid attention to the Sac Kingdom's territorial and monetary compensation in the Armistice Agreement, but not many people cared about the fact that the Sac Kingdom was completely open to the Lampari Kingdom. To Sui, this was the most important thing. Being completely open meant that the Sac Kingdom's domestic market wasn't guarded against the Lampari Kingdom at all. With the magic machine industry in the Lampari Kingdom, Sui could imagine that not long after, the cheap and beautiful product from the Lampari Kingdom would pour into the Sac Kingdom, completely occupying the Sac Kingdom's domestic market. If nothing unexpected happened, the Sac Kingdom's economy would be firmly grasped by the Lampari Kingdom, and they wouldn't be able to resist at all. In the signs, everyone was more used to directly occupying territory. After the Lampari Kingdom's northern army won again and again, the Lampari Kingdom was filled with calls to directly occupy the Sac Kingdom. Even Seveni had thought of this. But with Sui's persuasion, Seveni gave up on this idea and decided to use the steady method of gradual erosion. Because of the limitations of communication, the people of the signs didn't have much concept of countries. Most of the citizens only knew their lords and didn't have much concept of countries. Now that the Lampari kingdom had taken the 7 southern cities from the Sac kingdom, as long as they spread the word, it wouldn't take long for most of the citizens of those 7 cities to become citizens of the Lampari kingdom. As long as the Lampari kingdom continued with this strategy, it wouldn't be a problem to completely erode the Sac kingdom. For the new flyer, the benefits of this didn't stop here. He was interested in the Sac kingdom's domestic market, but that wasn't the most important thing. Compared to that, what he cared more about was that after the Sac kingdom opened up, it would be easier for the new flyer to expand to the north of the continent through the Sac kingdom. Actually, the main reason why the Lampari kingdom suddenly declared war on the Sac kingdom was because the Sac kingdom declared war on the Antilla kingdom. The Antilla kingdom was the Sac kingdom's neighbor to the north. In Suyi's expansion plan, the Antilla kingdom was a very important kingdom. But he never thought that before this plan could be implemented, the Sac kingdom would move against the Antilla kingdom. Suyi naturally didn't want the Sac kingdom to mess up his plan, and 70 also had this idea, so both sides hit it off. With the support of the new flyer, the Lampari kingdom sent out their troops and directly crushed the Sac kingdom's plans. Now that the Sac kingdom had calmed down after suffering this blow, Suyi's next plan was to continue expanding the magic machine industry to the north of the continent. But this plan needed to be carefully considered because the first problem that needed to be solved was the most important problem of transportation. Right now, other than the Sac kingdom that had 3 roads that were less than 1,000 kilometers long, there wasn't a single road in the countries to the north that had passed this test. It wasn't a problem to build a basic road network in the Sac kingdom, but to make the Antilla kingdom and the countries further north accept it, that wasn't a simple matter. While thinking about these problems, Suyi sat his magic sedan and arrived at the best Chanel restaurant in Anvilmar City. The magic sedan had just stopped in front of the Chanel restaurant when a group of people wearing the uniforms of different countries came forward, inviting Suyi into the restaurant. In the largest and most luxurious private room of the Chanel restaurant, all the ambassadors of the various countries that had diplomatic relations with the Lampuri kingdom were present, waiting for Suyi's arrival. All of these important figures in Anvilmar City and their own countries all had unconcealable nervousness and apprehension on their faces. Today's banquet was actually being held by the new flyer, and they had specially invited the ambassadors of the various countries. After receiving this news, not a single one of the ambassadors rejected it, and they all came as soon as possible. This was because the new flyer had stated on the invitation that the new flyer's chairman, Suyi, would personally attend this banquet and explain the new flyer's plans for the military magic machines to everyone. After the war between the Lampari kingdom and the Sac kingdom, everyone understood a fact from this war. At least at this stage, the new flyer had a giant advantage in terms of military magic machines that no one could compare to. As for the military magic machine suppression of traditional fighting methods, this was an indisputable fact that everyone recognized. So when they heard that the new flyer would announce their plans for the military magic machines, everyone became nervous. If the new flyer was willing to support the Lampari kingdom and sell the military magic machines to another country, no matter who the new flyer chose, that country would become one of the strongest military powers. So when Suyi walked into the giant box, he saw that all the ambassadors were looking at him. Their eyes looking at Suyi were filled with expectation and desire. That kind of expression was like the girls in a nightclub waiting for their customers to pick them. Suyi gave a soft cough and threw this strange thought out of his mind. He didn't hesitate to walk to the center of the box and look around before raising his hands. The box instantly fell silent as everyone looked at Suyi, waiting for him to speak. Seeing the reactions of the people around him, Suyi couldn't help smiling. The people in this private room were all ambassadors sent by various countries to the Lampuri kingdom, representing the countries behind them. Now that they were showing him this kind of respect, it was enough to show the new flyer's position in the hearts of these countries. When a new flyer was still developing in Banda City, even if Suyi wanted to see any one of them, he would have been refused the door. Now he only needed to send an invitation, and they were all here. Suyi's heart was filled with a trace of pride, while also feeling more gratified. After all the hard work of him and the people of the New Flyer, the magic machine industry had finally received the importance of all the countries on the continent. Although most of this importance came from the powerful deterrence brought by the military magic machines, that didn't affect this fact. Today, he wanted to use the military magic machines to make these countries pay more attention to the magic machine industry that he and the Shinfei Chamber of Commerce had brought to them. After giving a soft cough, Suyi used a small sound amplifying spell on himself and said in a clear voice, "Everyone, I don't like wasting words, so I'll be direct with everyone. The reason I called everyone here today is to tell everyone that our new flyer has decided to sell military magic machines to all the countries on the continent. There will be no exceptions." As soon as his voice fell, there was an uproar. Chapter 945. Chairman Su, you're saying, publicly selling your new flyers, military magic machines? An ambassador asked in a loud voice. That's right. Suyi nodded. Of course, there are certain conditions. Hearing this, the ambassadors who had been excited instantly calmed down. This was right. If New Flyer really sold military magic machines to all the countries on the continent without any conditions, Suyi wouldn't need to hold this banquet at all. As long as New Flyer leaked the news, all the countries on the continent would rush over. Chairman Su, what are the conditions? Another ambassador asked the question they cared about the most for all the ambassadors. Before talking about these conditions, I want to give everyone a brief introduction to the military magic machines. Suyi waved his hand with a smile, and the two New Flyer employees who came with him brought over a magic illusion projector that they had already prepared. Then they put in a magic illusion film module. After they left, Suyi looked at everyone's curious gazes with a smile. Everyone, let's watch a magic illusion film first. After saying this, Suyi pressed the switch on the magic illusion projector, and an illusion came out of the magic illusion projector. Hong, 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 hong. Countless violent explosions suddenly sounded in the private room, giving everyone a fright. When everyone calmed down and looked at the illusion, they found that the illusion was showing a battlefield that was currently in the middle of a fierce battle. In the sky of the illusion, countless arrows mixed with fireballs were flying back and forth. From time to time, a fireball would land on the ground, triggering a violent explosion and a burst of fire. It looked extremely shocking. Everyone, this is the scene of the battle between the Lampari Kingdom's Northern Army and the Sack Kingdom's Hungry Wolf Regiment that we set up. Everyone can see it. Suyi gave a simple explanation before pointing at the fireballs flying in the sky and the illusion. Everyone can see that in this scene, the most important thing is one of the military magic machines. It is also the magic machine that the Lampari Kingdom's army uses the most. It is called the magic cannon. Magic cannon? Everyone heard Suyi's explanation and looked at the illusion film that wasn't long, but it was repeated several times. They all nodded, thinking that this name really was appropriate. Although this illusion film wasn't long, the might of the magic cannon had shocked them. Although many of the ambassadors had been on the battlefield when they were young, the battles they experienced were only close-range battles with real swords and spears. At most, they used bows and arrows as simple long-range attacks. How could it compare to the terrifying might of the magic cannon in this illusion film? Although they already knew that in the battle between the Lampari Kingdom and the Sack Kingdom, because both sides had large amounts of military magic machines, the battle was very intense, far surpassing the scope of a traditional battle. But when they saw this illusion film with their own eyes, they realized that the real battle was more than 10 times more intense than they imagined. Chairman Su, this magic cannon, how much is it? For one? An ambassador suddenly pointed at the magic cannon that flashed in the illusion film as he asked this. Schwa. Everyone's eyes turned from the illusion film to Suyi. Cool. There are many types of magic cannons. In this illusion film, the magic cannon used by the Lampari Kingdom's Northern Army is a single-barrel 75mm cannon developed by our new flyer. The current price is 2,300 gold coins per cannon. Sui replied with a faint smile. 2,300 gold coins? Everyone in the room took a cold breath. This price really was a bit expensive. It had to be known that 2,300 gold coins was enough to equip a small team of 50 fully armed people. But when they turned to look at the incomparably strong might of the magic cannons in the Illusion movie, everyone thought about it and felt that this price was very reasonable. What was the use of a small team of 50 fully armed people? With the attack of the magic cannon, they could be taken care of in a single attack. Moreover, based on the Illusion film, the attack range of the magic cannon was very terrifying. With a rough estimate, it was over 2 kilometers. Compared to traditional bows and arrows, this attack range was without a doubt overwhelming. Think about it. If a traditional army faced an army equipped with magic cannons, they wouldn't even be able to see the other side's shadow before being blown to pieces by the magic cannon. What would they use to fight back? Thinking about it, not to mention 2,300 gold coins per cannon. Even if it was doubled, it would still be worth it, right? Chairman Su, you just mentioned the price of the magic cannon, right? Then the fireballs that came out of the magic cannon, are they part of the magic cannon? An ambassador suddenly asked. Su, he shook his head. No, these fireballs are actually the flames created by the magic cannon's magic shell. They aren't real fireballs. Moreover, we have developed a total of 7 kinds of magic shells based on their uses. These are the most common magic explosive shells. They have the best effect when used in a large area. Other than this, there are other kinds of magic shells. For example, the magic freeze shell, it can release a might equal to a 6th grade ice spell, which is even more effective in certain situations. Everyone couldn't help revealing looks of surprise again. They only knew that the military magic machines were powerful, but they never thought that there would be so many types. Even the magic shells used by the magic cannons had so many differences, it really was shocking. Then Chairman Su, this magic shell, does it also need to be bought with money? The ambassador who asked before kept asking. Of course, each magic shell needs to be carefully made, so of course it needs to be bought with money. Sui replied without any politeness. There were whispers that filled the room. Most of the ambassadors couldn't help knitting their brows as they revealed looks of dissatisfaction. This new flyer really was too much. It was fine if the magic cannons were this expensive, but how could they sell the magic shells for extra money? Profiteer. An ambassador's heart was filled with dissatisfaction. After thinking about it, he suddenly asked in a loud voice, Chairman Su, what you just said is based on the Illusion film you released, but how do we know if your Illusion film is fake or not? You see, it's just an illusion film. It's just an illusion. Although this ambassador's tone was a bit strange, his words were very reasonable. So the other ambassadors in the room all looked at Sui, waiting for his explanation. However, what they didn't expect was that Sui didn't have any thoughts of explaining at all. He just looked at the ambassador, who asked this with a faint smile. If you don't believe me, you don't have to buy it. Hearing these words, the hearts of the ambassadors in the room couldn't help trembling. Sui was right. If they didn't believe him, they didn't have to buy it. However, did they have this choice? Since the Kingdom of Ruhr had repelled the Kanla Empire's invasion twice, the military magic machines produced by the new flyer had become the focus of attention of all the countries on the signs. With the Sac Kingdom's invasion of the Antilla Kingdom, followed by the 2 wars between the Lampari Kingdom and the Sac Kingdom, the military magic machines had a destructive impact on the traditional way of warfare on the continent. Now all the countries were clear that with this new way of warfare, the traditional way of warfare with swords, spears, bows, and arrows couldn't resist at all. It wasn't exaggerated to say that the armies of any country wouldn't be able to resist the attacks of the terrifying military magic machines. So every country wanted to have enough military magic machines. Even if they didn't plan on using these military magic machines to invade other countries, they had to protect themselves. Sui could say you don't have to buy it, but none of the ambassadors here dared to say that they really didn't want to buy it. The expression of the ambassador who questioned him changed. He shrunk his neck back and returned to the crowd, not daring to say another word. He looked around, and seeing that no one else questioned him, the room returned to silence. He cleared his throat and said again, "Everyone, you have already seen the might of the magic cannon in battle. I believe that you must be very interested in it, but you've forgotten a very important problem." Everyone doubtfully looked at Sui. What other problem could there be? "This problem has always troubled me and my company, but because of our conditions, we can't solve it right now. So although I want to sell the military magic machines to all the countries, I can't do it. This problem is..." Sui paused. "Our company's production capacity is seriously lacking." Everyone was stunned, but they understood. This was indeed the problem that everyone had thought of before receiving today's invitation. Although the new flyer was very famous on the signs, it was only a company in the Principality of Constantine in the Southwest signs. In terms of scale, it couldn't compare to the famous large companies on the continent. With the current scale of the new flyer, even if they overestimated their production capacity, other than satisfying their own guards, it would be very good if they could supply the Lampari Kingdom and the Kingdom of Ruhr. How could they supply all the countries on the continent? If Sui wanted to raise some conditions because of this, they could understand. Understanding was one thing, but what were the conditions that Sui proposed? This was what everyone cared about the most. Chapter 946. The reason why I proposed a condition first was because I hoped to solve this problem. Sui turned to point at the illusion film that kept playing. Let's return to the illusion film. Everyone, I believe that you all know that the Lampari Kingdom could easily defeat the Sack Kingdom because the Lampari Kingdom had the support of our new flyer, so they were equipped with large amounts of military magic machines. That's why they could easily crush the military magic machines of the Sack Kingdom and have the absolute advantage on the battlefield. But do you know why the military magic machines of the Lampari Kingdom's army are better than the military magic machines of the Sack Kingdom? Chairman Sui, there's no need to boast, right? Everyone is clear that not to mention the military magic machines, even in the entire magic machine field, your new flyer is without a doubt number one. There's no need for you to emphasize this. Isn't that right, everyone? An ambassador suddenly spoke up with a smile. There were sounds of agreement that came from all around. If it was said that there were people who doubted before that since the Sack Kingdom could produce their own military magic machines, it meant that the military magic machines weren't that hard to develop. So they felt that the military magic machines of the Sack Kingdom weren't worse than the new flyer. But after the war between the Lampari Kingdom and the Sack Kingdom, there was no one who doubted the new flyer. Sui revealed a faint smile. What I want everyone to think about first isn't whether the magic machines of our new flyer are better than the magic machines of other companies or not. Rather, I hope that everyone can seriously consider what is good about them. Everyone knit their brows and revealed difficult looks. Chairman Sui, aren't you forcing people to do something? We only have a superficial understanding of magic machines. How can we know what is good about them? That's right, Chairman Sui. Stop keeping us in suspense. Be direct. Just tell us what you want to say, all right? That's right, Chairman Sui. Quickly tell us your conditions. As long as you say it, everyone can discuss it. Sui raised his hands and had everyone calm down again. Since you don't understand, I'll tell you the main reason. Sui turned around and pressed a button on the magic illusion projector, putting in another magic illusion film module before pressing the start button again. The room flickered, and a new illusion appeared in the air. Everyone look, these are two different magic cannons. Sui pointed at the illusion as he spoke. Everyone focused and found that there were indeed two magic cannons in the illusion, slowly rotating with the illusion. If one seriously looked at it, they would find that not only were these two magic cannons different in appearance and color, they were also very different in structure. The one on the left is our new flyer's magic cannon. It is the single-barrel 75mm portable cannon that I introduced to you before. I'm sure you've seen its power in the previous illusion film. As for the magic cannon on the right, it is a magic cannon developed by the Sack Kingdom. This one was taken from the Sack Kingdom's army by the Lampari Kingdom, so I'm using it as a comparison. After hearing Sui's explanation, Everyone carefully looked at the illusion for a while before an ambassador couldn't help saying, "Chairman Su, why do I feel that the Sac Kingdom's magic cannon looks so awkward? Moreover, it's clearly much uglier." The others couldn't help looking at that person. They thought that even if this fellow wanted to flatter Su Yi, there was no need to be this obvious, right? It's just two pieces of iron. What's there to be awkward about, and whether it looks good or not? However, after hearing this, when they looked at the two magic cannons in the illusion, everyone felt that the Sac Kingdom's magic cannon on the right was more and more displeasing to the eye. Su Yi revealed a faint smile. If we're talking about the appearance, putting aside the coordination of the structure, our company has elven engineers as a reference, so naturally the magic cannons we produce will look better. Oh, everyone revealed looks of understanding. Seeing everyone's reaction, Su Yi couldn't help shaking his head. These fellows' understanding of the military magic machines was just on the surface. Whether the magic cannon was strong or not, although it couldn't be said that it wasn't related to its appearance, wasn't important at all. Everyone, after looking at the appearance, let's look at some details. Let's look at this first. Su Yi came to the magic illusion projector and pointed at the illusion, tapping on the barrels of the two magic cannons. In the overall structure of the magic cannon, the most important part is the barrel. Everyone can see that the surface of our new flyer's barrel is much smoother and more rounded than the Sac Kingdom's. Everyone seriously looked at it before nodding. And it is indeed like this. Chairman Su, why is this? There are two reasons. One is the material, and the other is the craftsmanship. Su Yi tapped on the two barrels again. Everyone look, our new flyer's magic cannon. The barrel is made from the special C308 steel that our company specially refined for the magic cannon. This steel has strong resistance to high temperatures, friction, and corrosion, so it can reduce the damage caused by the impact of the magic shell, greatly increasing the durability of the barrel. As for the Sac Kingdom's magic cannon, it is made from the pig iron refined by the Sac Kingdom. Although it can still be used to fire magic shells, it is far inferior to the C308 steel in terms of resistance. Everyone look, the Sac Kingdom's magic cannon has clear signs of wear on the outside, so it can be imagined that the inside of the barrel has been seriously damaged. If nothing unexpected happens, this magic cannon won't be able to fire 100 magic shells before it's destroyed. It can't be, right? It can't last this long? Everyone was stunned. This is the professional judgment that our company's engineers made after evaluating this magic cannon. It can't be wrong. Su Yi said with a serious look. Everyone under the stage looked at each other and held back their doubts. If Su Yi said, "You don't have to buy it if you don't believe," that would be too embarrassing. This is the difference in the material. As for the craftsmanship, we can see it just by looking at the outside of the barrel. The Sac Kingdom's magic cannon has a rough outside, and there are even potholes that can be seen with the naked eye. It can be seen that the Sac Kingdom's magic cannon craftsmanship is far from enough. With these words, everyone didn't have any thoughts of doubting him at all. This was because the craftsmanship that Su Yi mentioned, they didn't have any concept of this before. If Su Yi was talking about craftsmanship, they could understand it, but this thing clearly wasn't made by hand. If the craftsmanship isn't clear enough on the barrel, then let's look here. Su Yi pointed at the base of the two magic cannons. Pay attention to this place. This is where the barrel is connected to the base. If it isn't tight enough, it will cause the magic cannon to shake when firing the magic shell, which will seriously affect the accuracy. It might even cause the magic shell to not be fired smoothly and cause it to explode. Everyone looked in the direction that Su Yi was pointing at when they heard this. After seriously looking at it for a bit, everyone found that the base bearing of the new flyer's magic cannon was tightly connected and both sides were at the same height. The barrel of the magic cannon was very stable when placed on the base. The Sac Kingdom's magic cannon's bearing had a very clear gap where several fingers could be inserted. Moreover, looking at it, one side was high and one side was low. Being placed on this base, the magic cannons were a bit crooked. It was no wonder people felt it was a bit awkward looking at it. The most important thing was that this magic cannon would shake when firing the magic shell, which made people feel it was very dangerous. After looking at it for a bit, an ambassador asked Su Yi with a frown, Chairman Su, I understand that the Sac Kingdom's magic cannons are much worse than your new flyer's magic cannons. But this, how is it related to the conditions you mentioned? The others all looked at Su. That's right. Su, he had been talking for a while since the beginning. But how is this related to the conditions he mentioned? It's very important, Su said with a serious look. Everyone, to be honest, the reason why the Sac Kingdom could develop these military magic machines was because some of our company's information was leaked, allowing them to develop their own military magic machines. This was everyone's first time hearing about this, so they couldn't help being stunned. But thinking about it, they felt that this was very reasonable. If it wasn't like this, how could the Sac Kingdom suddenly develop their own military magic machines? But everyone can see that even with this information, it is very difficult for the Sac Kingdom to develop their own military magic machines. In the end, they can only produce these inferior military magic machines that aren't worth mentioning. The ambassadors had strange looks on their faces. Even if it was these inferior military magic machines, it would be good if the country they represented could have them. What I want to tell everyone through this matter is that even if I give all the information on the military magic machines to you, it is impossible for you to develop excellent military magic machines on your own. Su said. Seeing that quite a few people weren't convinced, Su revealed a smile before continuing, "Don't doubt this. The military magic machines are only a small part of the magic machine industry. But if you don't have any other industrial foundation, if you want to directly produce military magic machines, you will end up like the Sac Kingdom, investing large amounts of manpower and resources, but you can only make some useless military magic machines." After saying this, Su turned to point at the magic cannon made by the new flyer in the illusion. Although this magic cannon looks like a very simple magic machine, whether it is the steel used, all the parts, or even the smallest screw, they're all built on an industrial foundation. If you don't have the ability to produce these parts, it would be a fool's dream to produce a qualified military magic machine. Su Yi's words were filled with power and decisiveness. After the ambassadors were silent for a bit, one of them asked, "Chairman Su, could it be that you want us to first build that? Some industrial system?" "That's right." Su nodded. All the ambassadors were at a loss. "But how do we build this industrial system?" "It's very simple." Su revealed a faint smile. "As long as you're willing, our new flyer can cooperate with all your countries and help you build the most basic magic machine industry before giving you the method to develop this system. As long as you're willing to build from the basics, when it reaches a certain level, our company will directly give you the method to make military magic machines, allowing you to truly make your own military magic machines." Hearing the last sentence, all the masters' breathing quickened and their eyes lit up. "Chairman Su, you want us to make our own military magic machines?" "Yes." Su nodded with a faint smile. "There's a saying in my hometown, it's better to teach a person to fish than to give them a fish. The meaning is that it's better to teach someone how to fish than to give them a few fish. Since our company can't even give you fish, why don't we directly teach you how to fish?" The eyes of all the masters looking at Su instantly filled with passion. Chapter 9:47. Su Although I know that your ideas have always been different this time. 70 slightly knit her brows as she looked at Su with eyes filled with confusion. "But this time, isn't it a bit too different? Why don't you just say that I'm crazy like everyone else?" Su spread his hands and revealed a relaxed smile. "Anyway, this isn't the first time I've been called this. Of course you're already used to it." 70 rolled her eyes. 70 rolled her eyes at him. "But I still don't understand. Why did you make this decision? Is it very hard to understand?" "Of course it's very hard to understand." Seeing Su Yi's relaxed appearance, 70 was a bit angry. "The military magic machines are such an important thing, but you actually promised to let the other countries have the method to make them. How can I understand this? Do you really like to give away things that are so important to you to others so casually? Not to mention the military magic machine technology this time, the cement, the household magic machine technology, and etc. are all like this. Is it very fun to do this? So he was a bit surprised by Seveni's sudden intense reaction. He looked at her in surprise before asking back. Seveni, the one who benefited the most from this, was the Lampari kingdom. So I was very happy with your decision before, but this time, I'm very unhappy. Seveni said with a serious look. Seveni said with a serious look. Moreover, the military magic machine technology you're planning on transferring this time is more important than anything else. Before you did this, did you consider our Lampari kingdom's position? Did you consider my thoughts? He couldn't help scratching his head as his heart was filled with confusion. Seveni's tone was a bit strange when she said this. Seveni, although I've decided to let the other countries on the continent have the military magic machine technology, I've given them a condition, which is that they must have a certain industrial base. This so-called industrial base will be determined by our Frestec Chamber of Commerce, and it will be divided into grades. Once they reach a certain level, we will release a certain amount of technology to them. You should be clear on this, right? Of course I know. But this will allow the other countries to have the military magic machines, right? It's fine if it's a small country. But if large empires like the Malar Empire or the Kanla Empire have the technology, what do you think will happen? Seveni asked back. Nothing. He shook his head. Creating a certain industrial base and a complete industrial system isn't an easy matter. You should be clear on this. This means that even if the other countries choose to join this plan, they can't surpass the Lampari kingdom in terms of military magic machines. They can't threaten you. Is that so? Seveni gave a soft sigh. After being silent for a bit, she revealed a faint smile again and said to Sui with a nod, All right, I know that your dream has always been to use the magic machine industry to change the continent, letting everyone's lives improve because of the magic machine industry. Your current method isn't wrong, but Sui, have you thought that this isn't very efficient? S is not high? Sui was surprised. What do you mean? Although the other countries on the continent are interested in the military magic machines, you can use this to entice them to develop the magic machine industry in their country. So there will be many countries that will support you. But each country has different strength, and their determination to cooperate with this plan is different. I'm afraid it'll be good if half of the countries are willing to invest enough manpower and money in this. I've given them the chance to choose, so if they aren't willing, there's nothing I can do. Sui gave a shrug and spread his hands. But if they're eliminated by the world because they are behind, they can't blame me. Since it's like this, why don't you just choose a country to support and use the military magic machines to unify the continent? Then you can naturally promote the magic machine industry. Sui looked at Seveni in surprise. Are you talking about yourself? Seveni nodded without any hesitation. Yes. Sui, our Lampari kingdom already has a very good magic machine industry foundation. As long as you give us a bit more support, we can easily create a complete magic machine industry system. If you're willing to give us more support in terms of military magic machines, I believe we can easily defeat the surrounding countries and smoothly develop the magic machine industry in the surrounding countries. If we have enough time, it isn't impossible to unify the continent. Sui seriously looked at Seveni for a while before he couldn't help slightly knitting his brows. Seveni, you are the queen of the Lampari kingdom. From your position, it is normal to have this idea. But if I really plan on doing this, wouldn't the Malar Empire be a much better choice than the Lampari kingdom? But the Malar Empire's relationship with you and the new flyer isn't as deep as ours. Seveni said with a smile. No, relationships can be cultivated. I believe that the Malar Empire will be very willing to cultivate this relationship with us. Sui still shook his head. Seeing that Seveni still wanted to say something, Sui raised his hand to cut her off. He said with a serious look, Seveni, I understand your thoughts, and I also had this idea before. Then why aren't you willing to do this? Seveni couldn't help asking. Because, after seriously considering it, I've found that this method is very inefficient. Sui said in a deep voice. Why? Seveni revealed a confused look. As long as you're willing to fully support us with the power of the military magic machines, there isn't a single country that can stop us on the battlefield. It won't be hard to conquer the other countries. You're thinking too much. He shook his head. 70. You're the queen of the Lampari kingdom, so you should know better than anyone. Tell me, in this war between the Lampari kingdom and the Sack kingdom, how much did the Lampari kingdom spend? 70 was stunned. Her expression changed several times before she finally replied in a low voice. According to the statistics of the finance department, it's around 4,700,000 gold coins. Look, this war lasted less than a month, and it went very smoothly, but we've already spent 4,700,000 gold coins. If it was a larger-scale war that lasted longer, how much do you think it would cost? He kept asking. 70 slightly knit her brows and refuted in an unconvinced voice. But we can still obtain enough compensation from the Sack Kingdom. Adding in the other benefits, the final profit is far more than the 4,700,000 gold coins spent. In short, this is still a profit. Could it be that this isn't good? But you have to invest a large amount in the 7 cities we receive from the Sack Kingdom, right? Tell me, with the investment, do you still dare say that you've made a profit? 70 was silent for a bit before saying, I don't understand how your question is related to what you said before. It's related to a lot. Sui said with a serious look. With the Lampari Kingdom's current strength, it's already hard to conquer the Sack Kingdom. To conquer the entire continent. How long do you think it would take? 70 could only be silent again. She was very clear that Sui's words were very reasonable. Even if there was no lack of countries in the history of signs that conquered the continent with military might, these countries were all short-lived and couldn't last long. Moreover, even for these countries, it took several hundred years of accumulation for many generations to have this kind of strength. It wasn't something that could be achieved overnight. Although the Lampari Kingdom had been established for several hundred years, they had always been a weak and small country, so they didn't have this kind of background. Even if they had the powerful military magic machines developed by New Flyer, giving them an absolute advantage on the battlefield, war wasn't decided by the battlefield. What was more important was the things outside the battlefield. For example, logistics or the political environment, or it wasn't a problem to win 1 or 2 battles, but to win more battles and conquer other countries. It wasn't something that could be solved with military magic machines. I know. Our Lampari Kingdom is too weak compared to the other countries on the continent. It's impossible for us to support you in New Flyer like the Malar Empire. But Sue, you really can't wait? 70 said with a sigh. Sue, he revealed a bitter smile and lowered his head to think. He took 2 steps forward and came in front of 70. He put his hands on her shoulders and looked into 70's eyes as he said in a deep voice, 70, if I have to choose a country on the signs to support, I will definitely choose the Lampari Kingdom. It's not for anything else. It's just because you are the queen of the Lampari Kingdom. 70 trembled and her eyes were covered in a layer of mist. Then why are you? But I said it just now, if I rely on the Lampari Kingdom to realize my dream, it will take too long and I can't wait. Even if I can break through to become an archmagus, I will only live for a short 100 years and a third of that has already passed. So in the remaining 2/3 of the time, I have to grasp it and do everything I can to push this dream forward. Can you understand me? Seeing Su Yi's sincere eyes and feeling the warm breath coming from Su Yi's nostrils, 70's eyes became more blurred. After a bit of silence, 70 slowly nodded. All right, since this is your decision, I won't say anything else. Then, let's end our conversation here. You don't seem to be in a good mood today, so pay attention to your rest. I'll be heading back first. He put down his hands and said goodbye to 70. 70 didn't stop him. She just watched Su Yi leave in a daze for a while. When he was far away, she muttered to herself in a low voice, Do you know that I'm not interested in making the Lampari Kingdom strong at all? Everything is for you. And the child? Chapter 948. Su Yi's declaration on behalf of the New Flyer quickly spread to every country on the signs. In just a single month, there were 35 large and small countries that expressed their willingness to cooperate with the new flyer through different channels, using Sheen phase standards to build a magic machine industry. For these countries, cooperating with the Frestec Chamber of Commerce had only benefits, because the new flyer promised that it would help these countries build a magic machine industry, helping them complete the most basic industrial reforms. The first one was the agricultural industrialization. The agricultural industrialization, the new flyer gave a specific standard. It was to let these countries use agricultural magic machines to reclaim land, harvest, and process agricultural products. At the same time, the Moon Shadow Chamber of Commerce would cooperate with the new flyer to build fertilizer factories in the countries that cooperated with the new flyer. They would provide fertilizer for these countries, which would greatly increase the grain yield of these countries. This was a temptation that almost all the countries on the signs couldn't resist. It had to be known on the continent, because of the low production level, if there was a country that could feed all its citizens, it could already be considered a very outstanding country. Even in the signs that were considered stable, over half of the countries were in famine all year round. Now that the new flyer had shown everyone that it could feed them, there was no doubt that all the countries welcomed it. So just based on this, there were many countries that wanted to cooperate with the new flyer. Of course, it wasn't that every country had enough land to satisfy this basic condition. So other than agricultural industrialization, the Frestec Chamber of Commerce had other plans for those countries that had natural deficiencies in agriculture because their land was idle. For example, in the first batch of countries that wanted to cooperate with the new flyer, there was a small country by the sea to the southeast of the Kanla Empire called the Venez Duchy. Because most of their land was filled with rainforests and lakes, there wasn't much land in the Venez Duchy that could be used for farming. Although they relied on the vegetation and prey in the rainforests, as well as the rich aquatic products in the lakes and rivers, to keep the people of the Venez Duchy from starving, their living conditions couldn't be improved. So they asked the new flyer for help, hoping that the new flyer could use the power of magic machines to change the situation. Based on this situation, the initial plan that the Frestec Chamber of Commerce proposed to the Wines Duchy was to use the magic logging machines to cut down the rainforest. At the same time, they would build 5 roads in the Wines Duchy, completing the most basic road network. It would make it easier to gather the rich timber and aquatic resources of the Wines Duchy. Then they would build a port on the southern coast and use the sea to transport these precious resources to other countries to be sold. For this, the new flyer would build 3 logging mills, 6 river harbors, and 1 sea harbor in the Venez Duchy. At the same time, they would provide 20 small river transport magic boats and 50 large transport magic cars to the Venez Duchy for free. This would combine land and river transport, increasing the transport efficiency of the Venez Duchy. Apart from agricultural industrialization, this was a basic industrialization plan proposed for the situation of the Venez Duchy. The Venez Duchy approved of this plan very much. After discussing this with the Frestec Chamber of Commerce, they immediately invited several staff members of the Frestec Chamber of Commerce to investigate the Venez Duchy. The Venez Duchy was just a small duchy that was a bit bigger than the Principality of Constantine, and they were this enthusiastic this time. So, if nothing unexpected happened, it was very likely that they would become the first country to cooperate with a new flyer. Of course, it wasn't all countries that were this enthusiastic. Other than some countries that weren't familiar with the new flyer and the military magic machines, because of the restriction of information, they doubted the cooperation plan proposed by the new flyer. The Malar Empire and the Kanla Empire, the 2 most important empires on the signs, weren't that enthusiastic about this plan. In the cooperation plan proposed by the new flyer, most of the time it was led by the new flyer and the other countries cooperating. This was something that the 2 empires couldn't accept. As the 2 largest empires on the continent, how could they allow a small company to order them around? So even if they cooperated with a new flyer, they should be the ones in charge. But this didn't mean that they weren't interested in the military magic machines. After the new flyer announced this plan, the 2 empires immediately sent people to contact the new flyer in secret. Although they didn't intend to accept this cooperation plan, the two empires clearly expressed to the New Flyer that they could purchase military magic machines from the New Flyer at a high price. At the same time, they also had to reduce the tariffs on the military magic machines produced by the New Flyer and promote them officially. Apart from that, the two empires once again reiterated their strong interest in the military magic machine manufacturing technology and expressed that they could pay a sufficient price for the New Flyer to transfer the relevant technology. The New Flyer didn't reject them directly. Instead, they used a delaying tactic. Although they expressed that they could sell a certain amount of military magic machines to the two empires, they also expressed that they couldn't satisfy more demand due to the severe lack of production capacity. The two empires couldn't do anything about it and were forced to accept it. But due to the impact of this incident, the two empires once again opened up more of their domestic market to the New Flyer and offered many favorable conditions. The Maller Empire had a pleasant cooperation with the New Flyer to begin with. Now, they took the opportunity to openly invite the New Flyer through the Maller Empire, allowing the New Flyer to invest in various magic machine factories in the Maller Empire. Although the Maller Empire didn't participate in the cooperation plan with the New Flyer, with its massive strength, it was truly building the foundation of the magic machine industry. As for the Kamla Empire, due to their awkward relationship with the New Flyer, they weren't as straightforward as the Maller Empire. But even though it wasn't an official invitation, they still removed many restrictions in private. The most obvious thing was that when the Frestek Chamber of Commerce's caravans and transport fleets entered the Kandra Empire, the inspection they received had been greatly weakened. It was no longer as harsh as before, as if it was to guard against thieves. The New Flyer naturally welcomed this change. So while vigorously promoting this cooperation plan, they also actively contacted the two empires, trying to extend their tentacles into the two empires. However, while the New Flyer was using the influence of the war between the Lampari Kingdom and the Sak Kingdom to expand their influence on the signs, the continent's Magicians' Union headquarters jumped out at this time. In October, there was an announcement from the Magicians' Union headquarters that was sent to the Sorcerers' Guild branches in each country. This announcement was different from the Sorcerers' Guild that wasn't circulated in the Sorcerers' Guild. Rather, it was announced by the Magicians' Union headquarters. It was clear that they wanted everyone to know about it. The content of this announcement attracted everyone's attention. In the announcement, the Magicians' Union headquarters suddenly announced that the New Flyer was deliberately hiding the fact that they were cooperating with the Magicians' Union headquarters, so they didn't really help the Magicians' Union headquarters with the things that they wanted them to do. According to the investigation, the courses that the New Flyer taught in the New Flight College had nothing to do with magic, so the low-grade magicians who entered the New Flight College couldn't study magic like they wanted. Rather, they could only receive training that had nothing to do with magic under the influence and threat of the New Flyer. This seriously went against the agreement that New Flyer had signed with the Magicians' Union headquarters. So the Magicians' Union headquarters announced that New Flyer was no longer a company that cooperated with the Magicians' Union headquarters. Using the excuse that New Flyer could deceive the Magicians' Union headquarters, as well as causing harm to the benefits of many low-grade magicians, they announced that New Flyer was the Magicians' Union headquarters warning company, calling on all magicians on the continent to be vigilant and boycott the New Flyer. When this announcement was made, the entire continent was thrown into an uproar. Not long ago, the Magicians' Guild had a happy cooperation with the Frestek Chamber of Commerce. Why did they suddenly tear apart all pretenses and even publicly criticize the Frestek Chamber of Commerce? The Sorcerers' Guild had a long history in the signs. It had been passed down for thousands of years and had always been a prestigious organization. Now that the Magicians' Union headquarters suddenly made such an announcement, those who didn't know the truth would naturally choose to believe the Magicians' Union headquarters and criticize the New Flyer. After all, in the eyes of most people, merchants were known for being cunning. However, in the eyes of those who knew the truth, the Magicians' Union headquarters' public criticism of the New Flyer was only met with cold laughter. The Magicians' Union headquarters announcement was sent to the Sorcerers' Guild branches in the Lampari Kingdom, the Kingdom of Ruhr, and the Principality of Constantine. However, regarding this announcement, although the Sorcerers' Guild branches in these countries released it according to the orders of the headquarters, they didn't take any further actions. There was no need to mention the Principality of Constantine's Sorcerers' Guild branch. The Lampari Kingdom's Sorcerers' Guild branch directly announced through the Lampari Weekly and the Anvilmar Times that the New Flyer and the Lampari Kingdom's Sorcerers' Guild branch had been working together for the past few years. They had invested large amounts of money to support the low-grade magicians of the Lampari Kingdom, allowing many of them to benefit from this. For the magicians of the Lampari Kingdom, the New Flyer had made a great contribution that couldn't be erased. This announcement, in the eyes of others, was simply going against the Magicians' Union headquarters. However, what really made the difference was not the support of the Lampari Kingdom Sorcerers Guild branch to New Flyer, but rather the core people of this matter, the reaction of the low-grade magicians. Chapter 949. Although the advanced mages were a major part of the Magic Research Institute of New Flying Chamber of Commerce, and were responsible for the research and development of magic for New Flyer, the ones who truly made up this huge chamber of commerce were the low-level mages. In New Flyer, the division of labor in this area was very clear. The advanced mages would usually enter the Academy of Magic to do research and development, while the mages who had a hard time making breakthroughs in magic or were still low-level mages for the time being would enter the actual front line of work. They would draw magic arrays for the core part of each magic machine, the magic power source. This part of the work was also very important because without them, no magic machine could be truly operated. And although this part looked simple, it was the part that required the most manpower. New Flyer currently had a total of more than 5,000 mages, but only 700 of them were doing research in the Academy of Magic. The other 4,000 were all doing the basic work of drawing magic arrays. If they lost the support of these mages, New Flyer could be said to be in a state of paralysis, unable to continue operating. Moreover, ordinary workers could be hired to replace them, but mages were too few in number and it was difficult to replace them. Therefore, these mages were no less important to New Flyer than the researchers of the Academy of Magic. The Magicians' Union headquarters was now specifically criticizing New Flyer's role in the low-level mages, and they were simply targeting New Flyer's weakness. Their intentions could not be described as not ruthless. Many people expected that since the Magicians' Union headquarters had already spoken, the low-level mages working for New Flyer would definitely have some scruples. It was likely that a large number of low-level mages would leave New Flyer. If nothing unexpected happened, New Flyer would definitely fall into serious turmoil. But the reality was beyond these people's expectations. After the notice from a Magicians' Union headquarters was released, New Flyer did not seem to be affected at all. Everything was as usual. Not to mention the mass resignation of low-level mages, there wasn't even the slightest bit of news. This situation caused countless people to be puzzled. With the Sorcerers' Guild's lofty status in the signs and the lofty reputation in the hearts of the magicians, as long as the Magicians' Union headquarters opened their mouth, even the noblest magicians would show their respect, not to mention the lowest-level magicians. According to everyone's expectations, after the Magicians' Union headquarters gave the order, not only would the low-ranked mages from New Flyer leave New Flyer, even the high-ranked mages who worked as researchers in the Academy of Magic should resign. Otherwise, wouldn't that be going against the orders of the Magicians' Union headquarters? With such doubts in mind, some people quietly came to the Principality of Constantine. With the rapid development of New Flyer in recent years, the area of the New Flight Commerce main base had also been expanding. Most of Su Yi's private territory had already been taken up by the industrial district. The living area from before was no longer enough, so he had moved out 2 years ago. He had built a large living area on the east bank of the abundant river, facing the industrial district on the other side of the river. This living area provided housing and living services for more than 100,000 New Flyer employees. It occupied a large area, with a total area of more than 20,000 hectares. Its scale was even larger than many of the major cities in the signs. Compared to Shinfei City, which was located further east in the center of the northern Principality of Constantine, the atmosphere of life here was stronger. However, the use of magic machines here was not inferior at all. All kinds of basic facilities were very complete, and there was no problem with the supply of goods. All kinds of living materials were plentiful and cheap. Living here could be said to be very comfortable and nourishing. Because the people living here were all employees of New Flyer, the living area was naturally divided into several areas according to their positions in the Chamber of Commerce. In the area near the abundant river to the northwest, the main people living here were the low-grade magicians of the Frestec Chamber of Commerce who were responsible for drawing magic arrays. Compared to the high-level magicians in the Academy of Magic who were workaholics and spent most of their time sleeping in the Academy of Magic, these low-level magicians were at most level 3 magicians. They weren't very strong, so they weren't much different from ordinary people. Instead, they prefer to live in this living area. Every day after work, these low-level magicians would return to their own residences after finishing their work. Some of the ambitious low-level magicians would carefully study magic, but most of them weren't young and didn't have much ambition. Some of them already had a clear understanding of their own talents and knew that they couldn't go any further, so they would take the opportunity to relax. At this time, the small taverns in the residential area were the best places for them to go. Every night, the familiar low-level mages would come to the taverns in the residential area of these low-level mages in groups of 2s and 3s. They would order a few appetizers and drink the fine wine produced by the dwarven wineries while chatting and laughing freely to ease the tiredness of the day's work. Although the Rolling Stone Tavern wasn't the biggest tavern in the residential area, it was the one with the most people. It wasn't for anything else. It was because the owner of the tavern was a dwarf, so the wine was cheap and good. Another night had fallen, and the Rolling Stone Tavern was packed with people, as usual. It was as noisy as ever. The atmosphere in the tavern was very lively today, because the New Flyers Magic Car Race had been tested for 2 years and had finally become an official Magic Car Race championship. Moreover, the first official race had been held at the track outside Shinfei City yesterday. The Magic Car Race had attracted a lot of attention before, and many people had placed small bets. Now that it had become an official championship, it attracted even more attention. Before the race, there were even more people placing bets. Of the low-level magicians drinking in the tavern, there were quite a few who had placed bets. Although, because the New Flyer had ordered their employees to bet, they didn't dare place too much bets, there was still something to pay attention to. So after the results came out, the people who won were naturally happy, and the people who lost couldn't help cursing out to vent their anger. In this aspect, magicians were no different from normal people. When Senior opened the door to the Rolling Stone Tavern, he couldn't help taking a step back from the smell of alcohol that filled the air. After calming himself down, he walked in. When he really walked in and got used to the environment of the tavern, he found that the smell of alcohol that rushed into his nose was not that pungent. Instead, it emitted a faintly discernible fragrance. After looking around, he came to the bar and hooked his finger at the bartender. "Hey, do you have any good wine here?" The bartender looked at him in surprise. "Is this your first time here? Our Rolling Stone Tavern only has 3 kinds of wine. You could just pick one." Senior snappily glared at him. "How would I know what 3 kinds of wine it is if you don't tell me?" The bartender pointed behind him and didn't reply. Senior could only look in the direction he was pointing and saw 3 paintings hanging on the wall behind the bar. There were 3 cups of different colored wine. Of the 3 cups of wine, one was completely red, looking very pure and rich. The other cup was a faint green, looking like it had a different taste. The last cup was completely transparent, looking no different from plain water. Senior carefully looked at it for a while before he couldn't help giving an e-sound. This e-sound wasn't for the wine in the 3 paintings, but rather the paintings themselves. With his cultural attainment, he could easily see that these 3 paintings were exquisitely drawn and had excellent brushstrokes. No matter how he looked at them, they were rare paintings. They were not inferior to the paintings of many masters. It was really strange that there were 3 paintings of such high quality hanging casually in such an inconspicuous little tavern. "Hey, Can you tell me who painted these 3 paintings? Senior couldn't help but forget his purpose for coming here due to his curiosity. He pointed at the 3 paintings and asked the bartender. The bartender looked back and shook his head. I don't know. I only remember that an elf got drunk here and forgot to bring money, so he drew 3 paintings as collateral. I don't know how the owner agreed. Idiot! That must be an elf master. Senior roared in his heart, but he tried his best to keep a straight face. He only shook his head in pity. Looks like you missed a good opportunity to meet an elf master painter. What a pity. The bartender glanced at him in confusion. A painting master of the elves? Is that rare? There are elves everywhere here. Any one of them shouldn't be bad, right? How can that be? Senior was about to retort when he suddenly remembered that this was New Flyer's territory. It wasn't as rare to see elves here as it was elsewhere. Thinking of this, Senior was speechless. He opened his mouth and waved his hand disappointedly. Forget it. Give me a glass of each. A glass of each? A middle-aged man who was sitting at the bar and sipping a glass of wine suddenly turned his head and looked Senior up and down. He patted him hard on the shoulder and said earnestly, "Brother, I advise you not to do this. The first time I tried to drink 3 types of wine together like you, I was so drunk that I went home and slept for a whole day before I sobered up. Because of this, I missed a day of work and had a gold coin deducted from my salary." A gold coin? Senior's eyes lit up, and he asked, "You're an employee of New Flyer?" Chapter 950. The middle-aged man was stunned. He looked at Senile from head to toe, and a look of realization appeared on his face. "Oh, right. This is obviously your first time here. No wonder you don't know how strong these 3 wines are." Then he nodded and continued. "Yes, I'm an employee of New Flyer, but I'm not one of those high and mighty researchers at the Academy of Magic. I'm just a pitiful level 2 magician who spends my days drawing magic arrays." Senile's eyes shone with even more interest. He first looked at the glass of red wine in front of the middle-aged magician. Then he asked the bartender to bring 2 glasses of the same wine and handed one over. "What?" The middle-aged magician looked at him in surprise. "Are you treating me to a drink?" "Yes, I want to ask you something." Senile nodded with a smile. "Ask about something?" The middle-aged magician was obviously a little drunk, but his eyes were still clear. He looked at the wine that Senile handed over and chuckled. "I'm just an ordinary low-level magician in the Chamber of Commerce. What do you want to ask me about?" Senile moved closer, reached into his bosom, and took out a small badge. A level 2 magician badge? The middle-aged magician immediately recognized the badge. He looked at Senile in surprise, thought for a moment, and took a sip of the wine. "Okay, what do you want to ask? I'll say this first. There are some things that cannot be told to outsiders." "Of course." Senile quickly smiled apologetically. "I haven't asked. Just call me Luther." "Okay, Luther. As you can see, I'm a level 2 magician like you. And you see, I'm not doing very well now," Senile said honestly. Luther glanced at Senile's clothes, which were made of ordinary cloth, and nodded slightly. "And then? You want to come to New Flyer to find a job?" "That's what I plan to do, but what?" Senile looked around and approached Luther. He lowered his voice and said, "I think you should have heard that the Magicians' Union headquarters released a notice a while ago saying that the New Flyer is a liar. Actually, they don't treat low-level mages well, so I bullshit." Luther suddenly slammed the table in front of him. The sound was so loud that it immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the tavern. Senile was shocked and quickly pulled Luther back. He then smiled and nodded at the people in the tavern. When the others saw that nothing had happened, they no longer paid any attention to it. Senile heaved a sigh of relief and asked Luther, "Why are you so excited? Is what the headquarters said wrong?" "Nonsense. Those fellows at the Union headquarters are just spouting **T. How are they right?" Luther still looked very angry, but this time his voice was softer than before. In this noisy tavern, it didn't attract much attention. "Is that so?" Senile looked at Luther suspiciously. "So New Flyer is actually very good to the low-level magicians." Of course, Luther said without hesitation. Other than New Flyer, which other merchant guild would give low-level magicians like us a salary of 20 gold coins a month? 20 gold coins a month? That's quite a lot. Senile pondered for a moment before asking, but the headquarters said, New Flyer only squeezes low-level magicians to do meaningless work for them. They draw magic arrays all day long, and it doesn't help the low-level magicians improve their magic skills at all. Bullshit. Luther shouted angrily again, but this time it didn't attract much attention. Other than giving us such a high salary every month, the Merchant Guild also provides us with many benefits. Low-level magicians like us, as long as we are willing, can apply for magic materials for free once a month for our own magic research. Isn't this good enough? Yes, this is indeed good. Moreover, every once in a while, the Merchant Guild will let those high-level magicians and even invite the great magicians to personally guide low-level magicians like us and help us improve our magic skills. Tell me, other than here, where else can low-level magicians like us get the chance to be personally guided by the great magicians? This. Senile was silent for a moment before changing the topic. But I also heard that New Flyer doesn't teach the low-level magicians in the New Flight College at all. Bullshit. 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 Luther cursed angrily 3 times in a row. He suddenly stood up and looked around the tavern before grabbing Senile's arm and dragging him to a table in the corner. The people at the table looked at Luther and Senile in surprise. One of them was about the same age as Luther and had a level 2 magician badge on his chest. He glanced at Senile before asking Luther, Hey, Luther, what's the matter? Is this your friend? No, I just met him, Luther replied casually before pushing Senile in front of the others. He pointed at them and said to Senile, These fellows are the same as me. They graduated from a New Flight College last year. Ask them if the school is like what you said. What about it? The middle-aged magician was even more confused. Hey, Luther, what did this guy say about the school? This idiot actually believed what those bastards from the Magicians' Union headquarters said. He thinks that we are all idiots and were cheated by the New Flight College. We can't even learn magic there. They all looked at Senile in shock. After looking at each other, they burst into laughter at the same time. There are actually people who believe such laughable words. That's right. I didn't think anyone would be so stupid as to believe something that is obviously a lie. Are you kidding me? Don't you know that the Lampari Kingdom Sorcerers Guild branch specifically explained that the New Flight College takes good care of us low-level magicians? How could they not let us learn magic? That's right. If we can't even learn magic in a school, how can we work in the Chamber of Commerce after we graduate? Can't you understand such a simple logic? How stupid. Senile's face turned green and white as he listened to everyone's unrestrained ridicule. After a while, he forced himself to hold it in and continued to ask, According to what you said, the New Flyer is actually very good to you? They teach you magic? Nonsense. The Chamber of Commerce opened this school to let us low-level magicians grasp some basic knowledge about magic machines. Then, we can choose a direction that we are good at to train in so that we can use it when we graduate. If they don't teach us magic, why are they letting us in? That's right. Although our Chamber of Commerce is very rich, we can't waste it for nothing, right? Besides, the president is such a smart person. Why would he do something so meaningless? Isn't that right, everyone? Of course. That's right. But the things you learn will only be useful when you work in the New Flyer, right? It doesn't seem to be of much help to your magic. Senile still did not understand. Hey, why are you so stupid? A young magician in his 30s, wearing a rank 3 magician's badge that was 1 rank higher, glanced at Senile with disdain. Think carefully. We're already so old, yet we're still so low level. Do you expect our magic to improve by leaps and bounds and dream of becoming a great magician? Don't joke around. Let me tell you, at our age, life is more important than anything else. In other places, our magic is nothing, but in the New Flyer, we can rely on this to get a salary of 20 gold coins a month, or even more. It's enough for us to live a good life that we didn't even dare to dream of before. If it were you, would you think of so many useless things? That's right. All that talk about improving your magic is meaningless. Having food to eat and being able to survive, that's the real thing. That's right. We're not those fellows from noble families who have so much money to buy materials and research magic. We have to ensure our own survival first. Do you know how grateful I am to our Chamber of Commerce? If it wasn't for such a good job here, I might have starved to death by now. Why would I even talk about researching magic? But the Union has already issued a clear warning. If we continue to work in a new flyer, we might anger the Union. Then, we're all magicians. I'm afraid it'll be very inconvenient in the future. Senile was still unconvinced. Bah! The younger low-level magician spat out a mouthful of saliva. Those bastards at the Union made it sound so nice. They said that for the sake of us low-level magicians, they advised us to stay away from the new flyer. Tui, if we leave the new flyer, will the Union give us a salary of 20 gold coins a month? Will they be able to give us such a good life? If they can't, then why are they spouting nonsense? That's right. We've finally managed to live a good life by relying on the Chamber of Commerce. Those bastards at the Union won't let us have a peaceful life. What are they trying to do? These fellows keep saying that they're thinking for the sake of the low-level magicians of the continent. I think they're just thinking about themselves. Do they think I don't know? These fellows clearly want to take revenge on our Chamber of Commerce because they can't win against the president in terms of patent protection. F***, what a bunch of hypocrites. Senile was speechless when he saw how agitated the group was. After a while, when everyone had calmed down, Senile asked again, but everyone here is a magician registered with the Union. If you don't listen to the Union's instructions, I'm afraid there will be a lot of difficulties in the future. Difficulties? The young level 3 magician sneered. He lowered his head to look at the level 3 magician badge on his chest. Suddenly, he tore it off and threw it lightly on the table. These fellows don't care about us at all. I don't care if they die. At most, I'll withdraw from the Sorcerer's Guild and not be under their control. Senile was stunned. He was about to say something when he realized that the people around him, including Luther, had either ripped off their badges from their chests or taken them out from their pockets and thrown them all on the table. A total of 7 badges were mixed together, reflecting different colors of light. It looked rather dazzling. Senile looked at the magic badges that were still rolling on the table and was completely stunned. Chapter 9:51. In the history of signs, due to the power of the Sorcerer's Guild, everyone on the continent, including the Chimera Chamber of Commerce, hoped to become a partner of the Sorcerer's Guild because they could obtain countless benefits. And if there was a Chamber of Commerce like New Flyer that the Sorcerer's Guild declared as a Chamber of Commerce that was full of deceit, then what awaited that Chamber of Commerce was the fate of destruction. After all, the Sorcerer's Guild had a high prestige in the hearts of most people in signs. Everyone was inclined to believe the judgment of the Sorcerer's Guild. Since the Sorcerer's Guild said that the Chamber of Commerce was a Chamber of Commerce that was full of deceit, then it had already lost its credibility in the hearts of most people. And for a Chamber of Commerce, credibility was the most basic thing. Losing credibility was tantamount to a death sentence. But this time, the development of the situation was completely different from before. After the Magicians' Union headquarters announced that New Flyer was listed as a Chamber of Commerce that was not welcomed by the Magicians' Union headquarters, not only were the mages working in New Flyer not affected, even the products sold by New Flyer were not affected. The announcement from the Magicians' Union headquarters was like a tickle to New Flyer. Although it caused a lot of discussion, it did not have any substantial impact. On the contrary, whether it was the Lampari Kingdom Sorcerers Guild branch or the Sorcerers Guild branches in the southwest of the continent, they all expressed their support for New Flyer. They all announced that New Flyer was actually very supportive of the work of the Sorcerers Guild and was very helpful to the low-level mages of these countries. The reaction of the Magicians Guild branches was beyond everyone's expectations. This was because they were openly opposing the Magicians Guild. Although in the history of signs, there was no lack of examples of the Sorcerers Guild branches opposing the decisions of the Union headquarters, Most of them were because of the conflict of ideas between the Magicians' Union headquarters and the Sorcerers' Guild branches, and not because of the Union headquarters opposing a Chamber of Commerce. And this time, it was not just one branch that opposed the Union headquarters, but several branches in several countries. This kind of situation was very thought-provoking. But this was not the most eye-catching thing. After several Sorcerers' Guild branches, including the Lampari Kingdom Sorcerers' Guild branch, expressed their opposition to the Magicians' Union headquarters' evaluation of New Flyer, the Principality of Constantine branch suddenly received a joint agreement from a total of 237 Sorcerers' Guild branches, announcing that they would withdraw from the Sorcerers' Guild. Once this matter was reported, it immediately caused an uproar. In the history of the Sorcerers' Guild, it was not that there were no mages who chose to withdraw from the Sorcerers' Guild, but they were usually either maverick mages or mages who were declared as evil by the Sorcerers' Guild. But this time, a total of 237 mages chose to withdraw from the Sorcerers' Guild, which was a shocking matter. The reason why the Sorcerers' Guild had such a high prestige in the signs was because of its absolute position in the hearts of all the mages on the continent. At the same time, it was also because the Sorcerers' Guild monopolized almost all the mages' resources on the continent. Whether it was mages or other people or forces who wanted to withdraw from the Sorcerers' Guild, they could not avoid it. The most typical example was that the Sorcerers' Guild had control over the evaluation of mages. This was the only official evaluation in the entire signs, and it was also the only evaluation that was recognized by the public. For all mages, working hard to learn magic and striving to pass the Sorcerers' Guild evaluation was their wish, and it was also a process that they had to go through. If they withdrew from the Sorcerers' Guild, it was equivalent to withdrawing from the system. Although they would not die, they would be sentenced to death as a mage. Therefore, unless it was a last resort, no mage would choose to withdraw from the Sorcerers' Guild. There was no benefit in doing so. So this time, more than 200 mages from the Principality of Constantine chose to withdraw from the Sorcerers' Guild at the same time, which naturally made people feel extremely shocked and puzzled. What was the reason for so many mages to withdraw at the same time? The Principality of Constantine's Sorcerers' Guild branch did not hide this matter. The 3 newspapers in the Principality of Constantine, as well as several newspapers in the Lampari Kingdom and the Kingdom of Ruhr, also reported this matter in detail. Through the reports in the newspapers, people finally knew the whole story. It turned out that the reason why these 237 mages chose to withdraw from the Sorcerers' Guild was because of the evaluation of New Flyer by the Magicians' Union headquarters. The Magicians' Guild declared that the Frestec Chamber of Commerce was a company that was full of lies and wasn't worthy of trust. They also called for all magicians to be more vigilant against the Frestec Chamber of Commerce. This wasn't just a slogan, they were actually taking action. In the annual certification exam that was about to begin this year, the mages working in New Flyer were supposed to participate in the exam like in previous years. However, when they went to participate in the exam, they were told that because they chose to work for New Flyer, a company that the Magicians' Union headquarters had judged to have bad practices, they lost the right to participate in the exam this year. If they wanted to obtain the right to participate in the exam, they had to withdraw from New Flyer. This action of the Magicians' Union headquarters caused the mages of New Flyer to be furious. After a discussion, these 237 mages jointly chose to withdraw from the Sorcerers' Guild, saying that they would no longer need to participate in the Sorcerers' Guild's certification exam. In addition, in interviews with several newspapers, these 200 mages expressed their strong indignation and criticism towards the actions of the Magicians' Union headquarters. He pointed out that when the Sorcerers' Guild was first established, it was originally an organization for all mages on the continent to help each other. The purpose was to give all mages on the continent some benefits from the Sorcerers' Guild. But now, the Sorcerers' Guild had become an organization full of power and selfishness. The high and mighty elders of the Magicians' Union headquarters no longer considered the interests of the mages, but their own interests. An organization like this that had already gone against its original purpose did not need to exist. The people who saw the report had different reactions towards the criticism of this representative. Most people sympathized with these mages and agreed with this representative's criticism of the magicians' union headquarters. However, a small portion pointed out that these 200 mages were employees of New Flyer, and their actions were completely under the instructions of the New Flyer. It was a plot by the New Flyer to go against the magicians' union headquarters. New Flyer did not respond to this, but something else happened that gave the magicians' union headquarters another heavy blow. Not long after these 200 mages chose to withdraw from the Sorcerers' Guild, they suddenly announced to the public that they would establish a joint association for the protection of the survival and employment of mages, or the Sorcerers' Association for short. The purpose of this Sorcerers' Association was just as its name implied. It would focus on the most basic survival and employment issues of mages and ensure that all mages would not have to worry about these most basic issues. In the declaration of the establishment of the Magicians' Alliance, the first president of the Magicians' Alliance, Maze Luther, who was also the representative of the more than 200 magicians who had chosen to leave the Guild of Magic, stated that the purpose of the Magicians' Alliance was to ensure that every magician had a suitable job and that they would not be troubled by the problem of survival. For this reason, the Sorcerers' Association would work closely with countless companies, including New Flyer, to ensure that every mage, especially those low-level mages, will be able to enjoy good job training and ensure that they had good skills to work with magic. This way, the time that these mages had previously spent on magic research would not be completely wasted, and they would be able to apply what they had learned. It would also allow them to maintain their focus and passion for magic through work and further improve their magic skills. Compared to the loosely organized Sorcerers' Guild, which had gradually developed from a cooperative organization to a management organization, the Sorcerers' Association, which was more focused on the practical benefits of mages, especially low-level mages, was clearly superior. Thus, in less than a month after the establishment of the Sorcerers' Association, an astonishing number of over 10,000 mages expressed their willingness to join the Sorcerers' Association. This number instantly shattered the rumors that the Sorcerers' Association was controlled by New Flyer, because New Flyer did not have more than 10,000 mages as employees. Although over 3,000 of the mages that joined the Sorcerers' Association were employees of New Flyer, more than half of the remaining 70,000 mages came from other organizations and countries outside of New Flyer. Of course, no one would believe that the Sorcerers' Association was completely unrelated to New Flyer, because on the second day after the establishment of the Sorcerers' Association, the Sorcerers' Association announced to the public that they had reached a cooperation agreement with New Flyer. They would provide free professional training related to magic machine manufacturing to the mages that joined the Sorcerers' Association, and would also give the Sorcerers' Association 500 recruitment slots and 3,000 recommendation slots to work at other magic machine companies. Being able to work at New Flyer was naturally extremely attractive to many low-level mages, and even if they couldn't work at New Flyer, being able to work at other magic machine companies was also something that they couldn't wish for more. Thus, as soon as this announcement was made, the low-level mages that chose to join the Sorcerers' Association immediately swarmed over, resulting in a grand occasion of over 10,000 new members in less than a month. However, when faced with this situation, most of the people who had nothing to do with it still had the mentality of watching a good show. This Sorcerers' Association was simply poaching the Sorcerers' Guild's members. Thus, how could the Sorcerers' Guild that had controlled the mages on this continent for over 2,000 years sit by and watch this happen? Chapter 952. Sir Alex Ferguson couldn't remember how many times he had come to the Principality of Constantine and the new Flight Commerce main base. He only remembered that every time he came, he would find that this place had undergone a huge transformation, as if it had changed to a new place. For example, the last time he could see the unusually conspicuous 10-story building in front of him, the surrounding area was clearly covered by shrubs and weeds, and there were no signs of human habitation. But now, This place was surrounded by densely packed shops and buildings, and there was a boiling cauldron of voices everywhere. It looked extremely lively. The first time he came here, Sheen-Face City was still in its embryonic form. After a short 2 to 3 years of development, it had now become such a huge city, which was really amazing. And what surprised Sir Alex Ferguson the most was not the scale of this city, which was even larger than the capital of the Camla Empire, Wimbledon City, but the atmosphere of this city was completely different from the traditional cities on the signs. Whether it was the 2 rows of street lamps on the road or the flat and wide roadside under his feet, it was obvious that this city was different from the rest. And compared to the aristocrats in other cities, who could occasionally be seen wearing luxurious clothes and riding carriages pulled by tall horses that ordinary people couldn't even dream of, most people could only wear gray clothes and were skinny and looked emaciated. People in beautiful clothes could be seen everywhere in Sheen-Face City, and all of them looked energetic and healthy with rosy cheeks. The whole city exuded a strong sense of vitality and pride from head to toe, and people couldn't help but walk briskly on the streets. Although Sir Alex Ferguson was almost 60 years old this year, he always felt that his mentality was still very young. So compared to the other lifeless cities on the mainland, he preferred Sheen-Face City, which was full of vitality and vitality. After coming here several times and witnessing the huge changes that had taken place every time, even Sir Alex Ferguson couldn't help but think of simply settling down here. He even felt that if he lived here, he would look even younger. Compared to staying in the gloomy Magicians' Union headquarters all day long, the environment here was far more suitable for him. However, he obviously couldn't do that. Not only could he not do that, but the purpose of his visit this time might even destroy everything that he was intoxicated with. At the thought of this, Sir Alex Ferguson's mood, which had just improved, instantly turned gloomy. His face also darkened. "Your Excellency, great magician, welcome." A bright and lively voice suddenly rang out in front of Sir Alex Ferguson, and his gloomy mood was somewhat alleviated. Sir Alex Ferguson raised his head and saw a young woman with a round face standing in front of him with her hand outstretched. Deputy Director Akali, why are you here to pick me up? Where's Chairman Sue?" Sir Alex Ferguson asked in surprise. "Sir President left the Chamber of Commerce a few days ago. Before he left, he specifically instructed me to receive your Excellency, great magician," Akali said with a smile. Looking at Akali's bright smile, Sir Alex Ferguson's face darkened slightly. Previously, every time he came here, no matter what the reason was, he would personally receive him. This time, he had clearly informed him in advance of his visit through the Principality of Constantine Sorcerer's Guild branch. However, he had left a few days ago, clearly not intending to meet him. This how dare he? Does he really intend to go against our Magicians' Guild by doing this? Sir Alex Ferguson was dissatisfied, and his gaze towards Akali was not so peaceful. He slightly narrowed his eyes and asked, "Deputy Director Akali, Chairman Sue is not here. Is Chief Executive Kennard also not here?" "Chief Executive Kennard?" Akali blinked and seemed to be puzzled. "Your Excellency, great magician, you're here on behalf of the Sorcerer's Guild, right? Kennard is not a magician. Why do you want to see him?" "He is the Chief Executive of your Chamber of Commerce. Since Chairman Sue is not here, then of course he is the person in charge of your Chamber of Commerce. This time, I'm here on behalf of the Sorcerer's Guild to look for your new flyer, so of course I want to see your person in charge," Sir Alex Ferguson said in a deep voice. "There's no need for that, right?" Akali shook her head. Before Sir President left, he said that the Sorcerer's Guild would definitely send someone to talk about matters related to magicians. Right now, among the magicians in our Chamber of Commerce, other than Teacher Carmilla and Dean Evita, my position is the highest, so I'm the most suitable person to receive you. Your Excellency, great magician. May I ask why you're here this time?" Hearing Akali's understatement, Sir Alex Ferguson's eyebrows suddenly raised and he flew into a rage. If this was really an instruction left behind by then she simply didn't put the Sorcerer's Guild in her eyes. With his respected status as one of the members of the Elder Council in the Magicians' Union headquarters and also representing the Sorcerers' Guild this time, even if he entered the Malar Empire or the Canla Empire, the other party should receive him with the highest courtesy. But when he came to this small new flyer, the other party only sent a Kali, who didn't have the highest position and was only a level 7 magician, to receive him. This was simply not giving him any face, not giving the Magicians' Union headquarters any face. But he was experienced, so he quickly forced himself to calm down. He coldly looked at Akali and gave a cold snort. "You're planning on letting me keep talking to you here?" Akali put her hands together. It was my negligence. Your Excellency, great magician, I'm sorry. Please come with me." Sir Alex Ferguson had a dark look as he followed behind Akali. They got into the magic sedan that Akali drove, and after a while, they entered the new flyer's office in Sheenface City. Akali led Sir Alex Ferguson into a conference room, and after personally serving him tea, she looked at him with a serious look, looking like she was ready to listen. Sir Alex Ferguson looked around the conference room and found that other than Akali, there were only 3 new flyer employees that he had never seen before. There was no one else here at all. Moreover, these 3 new flyer employees were busy with a strange-looking machine. They weren't paying attention to him at all. This kind of attitude, it was simply neglecting him to the extreme. Sir Alex Ferguson suppressed the flames of anger in his heart with great difficulty. After taking a sip of tea, he asked Akali in a deep voice, "Vice Chief Akali, you said that Chairman Su had you receive me, but he didn't say that you could fully represent the new flyer? Of course that's impossible." Akali waved her hand with a smile. "I'm only responsible for receiving you. How could I represent the company?" Sir Alex Ferguson was even angrier in his heart and continued with a gloomy face. "If that's the case, then what's the point of talking to you?" Akali shrugged. "The chairman said that since the Sorcerers Guild has nothing good to do with us, it's fine to just listen. There's no need for me to express my opinion." Akali suddenly covered her mouth and blinked hard a few times before carefully saying, "This, Your Excellency, great magician, please don't take offense. I didn't mean that." Sir Alex Ferguson's face was ashen. The veins on his hand that was holding the cup were popping out. It took him a lot of effort to stop himself from directly throwing the cup at her. "Since the Sorcerers Guild has nothing good to do with us, it's fine to just listen. There's no need for me to express my opinion." Arrogant. Simply too arrogant. This new flyer, did they even put the Sorcerers Guild in their eyes? Sir Alex Ferguson's hands slightly trembled for a while before he slowly suppressed the anger in his heart. After staring at Akali for a while, he said word by word in a serious tone, "Vice President Akali, please tell Chairman Su that I'm here on behalf of the Magicians' Union headquarters to give a new flyer a final warning. I hope that you will immediately disband the Magic Machine Patent Protection Union and the Magicians' Union. Any rights related to magic on this continent will be managed by the Continental Sorcerers Guild. No other person or organization has the right to interfere. Do you understand?" Akali didn't avoid Sir Alex Ferguson's gaze for a while. Then, as if she suddenly realized something, she asked back, "Is that all?" Sir Alex Ferguson frowned. "That's all." "What? You still don't understand?" "No, I understand." Akali quickly nodded. "Then other than that, is there nothing else?" Sir Alex Ferguson looked at Akali in confusion. He thought that this was clearly a very smart little girl. Why did she have to act dumb here? After thinking about it, Sir Alex Ferguson nodded and said, "That's all for now. If your new flyer can fulfill these 2 requirements, the headquarters will let bygones be bygones. We can even work together on matters related to magic patents and low-level magicians training. If your new flyer still insists on doing things your way, then you'll have to bear the consequences." Akali also nodded and made an O sound, but she didn't say anything else. Sir Alex Ferguson looked at her with a depressed expression. "Vice President Akali, do you really understand what I mean? What's there to not understand?" Akali looked at Sir Alex Ferguson with a confused expression. "Isn't it just the things that the headquarters have said many times before? I understand, and then?" And then, Sir Alex Ferguson couldn't help but laugh in anger. "Vice President Akali, Why do I feel that? You don't seem to understand the seriousness of this matter? Do you really know what this warning I'm bringing represents? Is it very serious? Akali's face was full of confusion. After thinking about it, she shook her head. No, I don't think it's that serious. Sir President already said that the matters at the Magicians' Union headquarters are small matters. Other matters are the real big matters. After saying this, Akali seemed to have realized that she had said something wrong. She suddenly covered her mouth and looked at Great Magician Ferguson with an embarrassed expression. Her large eyes blinked a few times as she looked around. At this time, Sir Alex Ferguson was already fuming with anger. No matter how well-mannered he was, he couldn't hold it in. He suddenly stood up and glared at Akali. Good, good, good. Your chairman, Sue, is very brave. Your new flyer is also very brave. I want to see how long you can last. After saying this, Sir Alex Ferguson flicked his sleeves and strode away without looking back. Akali just stood up and made a gesture to ask him to stay, then watched him quickly disappear. After Sir Alex Ferguson was far away, Akali turned her head to the 3 staff members who had been fiddling with the strange-looking machine and asked, "Did you record it?" One of them smiled at Akali and nodded. "It's done. That's good." Akali turned her head to look in the direction that Sir Alex Ferguson left and stuck out her tongue. "Humph. If it wasn't for Sir President's orders, who would want to play this show with you?" Chapter 9:53. Sue, he didn't deliberately avoid him like Sir Alex Ferguson thought. He really did have something to do. After half a year of preparation, the new flyer's first sea base was about to begin construction. Sue attached great importance to this sea base, so he personally came this time to show everyone how important it was to him. This first sea base was located at the border between the southern seas of the Principality of Constantine and the southern seas of the Kingdom of Ruhr. It was over 200 kilometers away from the nearest coast, and it was 30 kilometers away from the sea route that the new flyer had planned. If this base was finished, it would allow the new flyer to have a true foothold in the southern seas. Any new flyer fleet and people could come to this base to obtain supplies and shelter, but this was only limited to the Shinfei Chamber of Commerce's people and ships, so it wasn't open to the public. To put it simply, this was an extension of the Frestek Chamber of Commerce on the endless seas. It wasn't just a simple supply base like the small supply bases the Frestek Chamber of Commerce had on the islands before. Rather, it was a military base with 2 Frestek Chamber of Commerce guard fleets and 2,000 Frestek Chamber of Commerce guards all year round. Other than the active military force, this base that was built on the largest island in the southern seas of the Kingdom of Ruhr, Giant Deer Island, would have 150 magic cannons and 500 magic trebuchets added to it. Adding in the powerful firepower of the 2,000 new flyer guards equipped with military magic machines, as well as the powerful control of the sea by the 2 guard fleets, it could be said that this island was impregnable. Chairman Sue, with this powerful force, even if the Kamla Empire's navy were to go all out, they wouldn't be able to do anything to this place. Standing beside Sue, he was one of the 4 commanders of the Kingdom of Ruhr's military, General Cassidy Monroe. Today, he was invited by Sue to attend the opening ceremony of the new flyer overseas base. Seeing the ferocious magic cannons and magic trebuchets coming down from the large transport magic ship, as well as being installed on the shore of the island, he couldn't help giving an emotional sigh. Sue glanced at him and smiled. With the current strength of the Kamla Empire's navy, they don't have the guts to make a move against us. However, when the Kamla Empire's navy develops in the future, it's hard to say. This, General Monroe hesitated for a moment before forcing out a smile. Chairman Sue, as long as your company doesn't continue to sell frigates to the Kamla Empire, I feel like they will never be able to threaten us. Sue, he had a faint smile on his face as he asked, "If there's money to be made, why don't we sell it?" General Monroe's expression froze as he was speechless. After being silent for a bit, he gave a sigh and shook his head. After considering it in his heart, he continued to ask, "Then, Chairman Sue, the matter of selling the frigates to our Kingdom of Ruhr." Sue, he reached out a hand to General Monroe. I already said it. This matter is very simple. We'll give you the money, and you'll give me the goods." General Monroe could only give another bitter smile. "Chairman Sue, you know that we can't take out that much money right now. Then you should think of another way." Sue revealed a faint smile. General Monroe was completely right. The Kingdom of Ruhr really didn't have any money right now, although they had repelled the Kamla Empire's 2 invasions, causing the Kingdom of Ruhr's prestige on the signs to rise. However, they had completely offended the Kamla Empire, which was one of the 2 largest empires on the continent. This had brought a huge disaster to the Kingdom of Ruhr. Even though the Kamla Empire had suffered 2 consecutive defeats and didn't dare to rashly invade the Kingdom of Ruhr again, the difference in strength between the 2 empires was too great. After the war, the Kamla Empire immediately imposed a complete blockade on the Kingdom of Ruhr, easily cutting off all contact between the Kingdom of Ruhr and the outside world. Originally, because the Kingdom of Ruhr was rich in natural resources, they had always relied on exporting goods to other countries. However, because of the Kamla Empire's blockade, not only could the Kingdom of Ruhr not export their new magic machine products, but their traditional wood, minerals, and unique handicrafts were also greatly affected. If it wasn't for New Flyer lending a helping hand at the crucial moment and repelling the Kamla Empire's navy, ensuring that the Kingdom of Ruhr could still have a southern port as an outlet to the outside world. They also helped the Kingdom of Ruhr transport most of their domestic products to other places for trade. Right now, the Kingdom of Ruhr would have been in chaos because of the blockade. However, New Flyer could only help the Kingdom of Ruhr maintain a sea route and couldn't break through the Kamla Empire's blockade on land. As a result, the Kingdom of Ruhr's development was greatly limited. Right now, the situation in the Kingdom of Ruhr was still considered stable. Most of the citizens were living a better life because of the stability of the magic machine industry. However, it was very difficult for them to take another step forward and achieve greater development. With regard to this situation, how could the ambitious King Tarek tolerate it? Breaking through the powerful Kamla Empire's blockade on land was impossible with the current strength of the Kingdom of Ruhr. Therefore, the Kingdom of Ruhr decided to form their own navy and completely break through the Kamla Empire's blockade on the sea. They would operate this sea route on their own. Of course, in order to achieve this, they couldn't do without the support of New Flyer. If they didn't buy enough guard ships and military magic machines from New Flyer, breaking through the Kamla Empire's blockade would be a fool's dream. But whether it was New Flyer or Sue, their attitudes towards the Kingdom of Ruhr had always been ambiguous. They didn't reject them, but they also weren't willing to bend the rules. Sue always said that as long as the Kingdom of Ruhr took out the money, New Flyer would sell them the magic battleships and military magic machines they wanted. But the Kingdom of Ruhr didn't have any money. A guard ship and military magic machines cost a total of 1,400,000 gold coins. The Kingdom of Ruhr's annual income last year was only 9,300,000 gold coins, so they could only buy 7 ships. How could they form a complete guard fleet? The Kingdom of Ruhr was very clear that New Flyer's price was very fair. It had to be known, they sold a guard ship to the Kamla Empire's navy for 1,500,000 gold coins, and they were missing a lot of equipment. So the price that New Flyer offered to the Kingdom of Ruhr was already a very good price. There was no way to criticize them. However, the problem was that the Kingdom of Ruhr couldn't even take out this bit of money. Hearing Sui say, "Think of another way," the bitter smile on General Monroe's face became even stronger. Of course, he understood Su Yi's meaning. New Flyer had always been very interested in the rich mineral resources of the Kingdom of Ruhr. They always hoped that the Kingdom of Ruhr would fully open up the mineral resources to New Flyer, but King Tarek never agreed to this request. Even when the Kingdom of Ruhr was invaded by the Kamla Empire, New Flyer supported the Kingdom of Ruhr the most. During the period when the relationship between the two was the most intimate, King Tarek gave New Flyer a lot of benefits in other aspects, but he still didn't open up the mineral resources. The other way that Sui was talking about was undoubtedly this. If the Rudsun Kingdom agreed to the Frestek Chamber of Commerce's request of opening up their mines, or even selling a few mines to the Frestac Chamber of Commerce. General Monroe was certain that the Frestac Chamber of Commerce would happily sell them enough guard ships, and even the higher-grade military magic machines that they wanted before wouldn't be a problem. But General Monroe was also very clear that the reason King Tarek didn't agree to New Flyer's request was for the long-term development of the Kingdom of Ruhr. Now, the countries in the southwest corner of Signs were very clear that the magic machine industry brought by the Shinfei Chamber of Commerce wasn't just some novel gadgets and powerful military magic machines. It was an extremely important industry that could change the entire face of a country. Since this was the case, every country was very focused on developing their own magic machine industry. Although the Kingdom of Ruhr wasn't as blessed as the Lampari Kingdom in this aspect with the support of New Flyer, the magic machine industry had always been developing very well under the importance of King Tarek. But the core of the magic machine industry was not only technology, but also materials. And the so-called materials, most of the time, corresponded to various kinds of mineral resources. The reason why New Flyer was so thirsty for all kinds of mineral resources was to satisfy the needs of New Flyer to produce all kinds of magic machines. After all, the Principality of Constantine was a pitifully small duchy. Even if New Flyer controlled the entire Principality of Constantine, the mineral resources in their hands were only a small amount. Therefore, it was normal for New Flyer to constantly ask for all kinds of mineral resources from other countries and raise this request to the Kingdom of Ruhr. In fact, whether it was the New Flyer or the Kingdom of Ruhr, both sides were well aware of this situation. Therefore, this contradiction was placed in the open. The difference was that if New Flyer couldn't satisfy the needs of the Kingdom of Ruhr, they could still cooperate with other countries on the continent. But the Kingdom of Ruhr only had New Flyer as their only choice. Thus, General Monroe was silent for a long time and could only nod. I'll report Chairman Su's thoughts to His Majesty. I hope His Majesty can change his mind. Su glanced in the direction of the Kingdom of Ruhr. I hope so. Chapter 954. According to the initial plan, the investment for the New Flyer's base on Giant Deer Island would exceed 20 million gold coins, and it would take at least 3 years to build. It could be said that this was the first large-scale project since the establishment of a New Flyer. Once this base was completed, the New Flyer would have a stronghold in the southern part of the Endless Ocean that could be used for both offense and defense. Furthermore, the location of this base was extremely ingenious. It just so happened to guard all the sea routes from the southern part of the Endless Ocean to the Principality of Constantine. Any ship that wanted to go to the Principality of Constantine through the sea route wouldn't be able to completely escape the control of this base. This was equivalent to setting up a gate in the southern part of the sea so that the New Flyer wouldn't have to worry about a sudden attack from the southern part of the sea. To suit me, this base was just an experiment. As long as he accumulated enough experience when the conditions were right, he would definitely expand this base all the way from the Endless Ocean to eventually cover the entire Endless Ocean and form a chain of bases on the Endless Ocean. Together with the small bases scattered across the various islands, he would have complete control over the entire Endless Ocean. The reason why he wanted to do this was actually because of a conjecture that Su had. After transmigrating to the Signs for so many years, he was certain that this world should be on a planet similar to Earth and not a world in an inexplicable space. Since that was the case, he firmly believed that this world definitely wasn't just the Signs continent. Furthermore, all the races on this continent had legends about other continents, which indirectly proved Su Yi's conjecture. Since this world wasn't just a continent, the Endless Ocean that was incomparably mysterious in the eyes of many and could be said to be a treasure trove that contained countless treasures in Su Yi's eyes. He firmly believed that with absolute control over the Endless Ocean, the New Flyer would have endless possibilities and would no longer be limited to the Signs that had long been divided up by the various powers. However, the price to pay in order to achieve this goal was also rather shocking. According to the initial estimates, it would take at least 20 million gold coins to build this base on Giant Deer Island, and the fixed investment each year wouldn't be less than 3 million gold coins. The new flyer could easily afford a base on the sea, but if there were 10 or even several dozen of them, that would be a large burden. So in building this base, he was already considering the possibility of making a profit from this base. But for now, he didn't have any ideas. This time, he stayed at the base for an entire week. After personally witnessing the foundations of the base, he left in the magic airship, heading northeast to the southern port of the Kanla Empire. Compared to the Kingdom of Ruhr, who could only talk about guard ships, the Kanla Empire was much more direct. Even if the relationship between the two sides wasn't harmonious on the surface, so the Kanla Empire didn't openly contact the new flyer. There were many people from the Kanla Empire who contacted the new flyer in secret, trying to cooperate. The most active one was the Kanla Empire's navy, because they chose to open 3 military ports after cooperating with the new flyer. In just half a year, the Kanla Empire's navy had earned a shocking tax income of 3 million gold coins through the prosperous sea trade. Adding in the large amount of sea trade, it brought prosperity to the cities near the 3 military ports, as well as the entire Toria province to the south, which also increased the tax income of these places. It allowed the Kanla Empire's navy that controlled this large area to profit from this. After tasting the benefits, the first thing the Kanla Empire's navy did was to reduce their forces. It wasn't surprising, it was to reduce their forces. When the Kanla Empire's navy announced to the public that they would reduce 60% of the navy's personnel and reduce nearly half of the navy's warships, everyone was shocked. Most people thought that it was because the Kanla Empire's military budget was tight every year, so in the end, they were forced to reduce the navy's budget in order to protect the army's budget. This caused the navy to greatly reduce the number of personnel and warships. But in reality, these actions were proposed by the Kanla Empire's navy to the military and were approved by the military, the empire's parliament, and the emperor. The reason for this was obviously to reduce the annual expenditure of the Kanla Empire's navy of 25 million gold coins. After reducing their forces, the Kanla Empire's navy would save over 10 million gold coins each year. Adding in the income from the 3 military ports and the surrounding cities, the Kanla Empire's navy would be able to take out a large amount of 18 million gold coins each year. The Kanla Empire's navy worked hard to save this large amount of money was naturally to buy more magic guard ships from the new flyer. This was something that the Kanla Empire and the new flyer had already agreed on, so the new flyer immediately accepted this large order worth 15 million gold coins. Of course, this wasn't enough for to personally make a trip to the Kanla Empire. Other than representing the new flyer to sign the contract with the Kanla Empire's navy, his main goal was to meet the governor of the Toria province, Duke Peresco. Because the sea trade in the south of the Kanla Empire was becoming more and more prosperous, the magic machine industry in the southwest signs was slowly being brought to the Kanla Empire. The one that was most affected was the southernmost Toria province by the sea. Now, in the Toria province, one could see all kinds of magic machines, as well as various products related to the magic machine industry. There were even several magic machine companies other than the new flyer that had invested in the Toria province, opening several magic machine factories. They had turned the Toria province into a new magic machine industry base in the Kanla Empire. Compared to the magic machine industry base near the capital Wimbledon city that the Kanla Empire controlled, the magic machine industry in the Toria province was a bit scattered, but it was much more lively and developed much better. But Duke Peresco clearly wasn't satisfied with this. No matter how good the magic machine industry in the Toria province was, without the participation of the new flyer, it seemed like it was missing something. So he used the Kanla Empire's navy as a middleman to send an invitation to the new flyer, hoping that could personally come to the Toria province to discuss cooperation. This was the first time in the Kanla Empire that a provincial governor had sent an invitation to the new flyer, revealing their intention to cooperate. Naturally attached great importance to this. However, Su he never thought that at Duke Peresco's banquet, there would be a guest that he didn't expect at all. Chairman Su, this is the Southern Province's Governor Duke Chris Windsor. I think you must have heard of his name. Duke Peresco smiled as he introduced the guest beside him to Su E. Then he moved to the side, looking like he was just watching from the side. Duke Windsor. Su E looked at the unexpected guest in front of him in surprise. This middle-aged man who looked very dignified and looked like he came from a large noble family was the Southern Province's Governor Duke Windsor. There were different attitudes towards the new flyer in the Kanla Empire. There were those who supported it, and of course there were those who opposed it. Among the people who opposed the new flyer, Duke Windsor was definitely the most prominent one. One was because he was the Southern Province's governor, which was equal to a duke in the Kanla Empire. His words had a lot of weight, and any position he took would have a large impact. Two was that his actions were very shocking. Compared to the other people who were just shouting slogans against the Frestac Chamber of Commerce, the Southern Province's Lord Governor had actually forbidden any goods related to the Frestac Chamber of Commerce from entering the Southern Province, completely cutting off the connection between the Southern Province and the Frestac Chamber of Commerce. This method was simply like there was a deep grudge between him and the new flyer. Of course, Su E was very clear that because of the matter with Duchess Windsor and Count Dole, the new flyer had already formed a grudge with Duke Windsor. Then Duke Windsor even sent his private guards to invade the new flyer, which completely violated Su Yi's bottom line. And those private guards were almost completely wiped out by the new flyer in the Principality of Constantine, which created a grudge between Duke Windsor and the new flyer. So Su E wasn't surprised that Duke Windsor was against the new flyer. After Duke Windsor firmly rejected the new flyer from entering the Southern Province, he gave up on the idea of opening the Southern Province market. Anyway, the Kanla Empire had several dozen provinces. They didn't lack the Southern Province. It was because he was clear about this that Su E didn't understand why Duke Windsor would appear here. He didn't believe that Duke Peresco didn't know about Duke Windsor's attitude towards the new flyer, and he didn't believe that Duke Windsor didn't know that Duke Peresco's guest today was him. So there had to be another reason for this arrangement. Su E and Duke Windsor were silent at the same time as they looked at each other. After looking at Duke Windsor without any courtesy, Su E suddenly had an idea. His mouth opened slightly, and he looked a bit surprised. Then he reacted, and the surprised expression on his face turned into a friendly smile as he reached his hand out to Duke Windsor. Lord Duke, this is our first time meeting. I hope that this will be a good opportunity for our cooperation. Don't you think so? Duke Windsor looked at Su E for a while before reaching his hand out to softly shake Su Yi's as he said in a deep voice, Chairman Su, I hope that you won't disappoint me. Chapter 955. Duke Windsor's sudden change in attitude surprised Su E, but he also felt that it was reasonable. In the end, no one would go against benefits. The magic machine industry had already developed to a certain extent in the Kanla Empire, and everyone could see that there were large benefits hidden in this new industry. The Toria province was ranked at the bottom of the Kandra Empire and was a poor coastal province. However, with the introduction of large amounts of magic machines and the magic machine industry, it immediately went from being at the bottom to being one of the top 5 provinces in terms of revenue. Moreover, the benefits of the magic industry weren't only reflected in the financial income of Toria province. It was also reflected in changing the appearance of Toria province. The most important thing was that it brought large amounts of work opportunities to the Toria province. Because these merchant guilds involved in the magic industry had extremely high requirements for manpower, when a large number of factories were set up, almost every able-bodied person in the Toria province could find a job, no longer having to worry about their livelihood. Even the manpower in the Toria province couldn't meet the needs of these companies, so there were countless people from the surrounding provinces who came to the Toria province to find work. Among these people, there were many who came from the southern province. After personally witnessing the large impact the magic machine industry had on the Toria province, if Duke Windsor still didn't know how to change, He wouldn't be worthy of being the Southern Province's governor for all these years. The only thing he was worried about was the attitude of the new flyer. After all, there was a deep grudge between them, so if he rashly came looking for them this time, the new flyer wouldn't agree to cooperate that easily. However, Suyi's attitude was something that Duke Windsor didn't expect. Without waiting for Duke Windsor to speak, Suyi actually revealed his intentions. Moreover, he showed a very enthusiastic attitude, taking the initiative to propose a cooperation. With Suyi being this enthusiastic, even if Duke Windsor had some grudges in his heart, they were thrown to the back of his mind. He had been in the Toria province and the surrounding provinces for close to half a year, so he had a deep understanding of the large influence of the magic machine industry. He was certain that this new thing brought by the Frestec Chamber of Commerce had a hidden power that could change the entire Signs continent. If he didn't make any changes at random, he would probably lose the initiative and might even be eliminated by the times. As the head of the Windsor family and also the governor of the southern province of the Canla Empire, if he didn't know how to change, he would become a sinner in the history of the Windsor family and the southern province. With the idea of following the times, a trivial personal grudge didn't count for anything. So Suyi had only been in the Toria province for 3 days, but he had already signed a private agreement with Duke Peresco and Duke Windsor. According to this agreement that wouldn't be made public, the new flyer would be cooperating with the Toria province and the southern province at the same time. Of course, because of the awkward relationship between the Camla Empire and the new flyer, in order to give face to Duke Windsor, the new flyer wouldn't directly invest in these two provinces. Rather, they would establish a company in the Camla Empire that wasn't related to the new flyer in name and belonged to the Camla Empire. It would be called the Tunin Chamber of Commerce. This Tunin Chamber of Commerce was just a shell company, and the funds were injected by the new flyer. They were actually responsible for the investments that the new flyer made in the two provinces. According to the agreement, the new flyer would build an agricultural magic machine factory in the Toria province through the Tunin Chamber of Commerce, supplying agricultural magic machines to the two provinces. After that, they would build 2 small magic machine factories in the Toria province and the southern province. Other than mainly producing household magic machines, they would also produce some factory magic machines, mainly used in the construction of the two provinces. This was one of the requests that Suyi had made to the two dukes. He clearly told the two dukes that if they wanted to develop the magic machine industry and truly enjoy the benefits of the magic machine industry, they had to solve the problem of the infrastructure in the two provinces. Among these infrastructures, the most important one was road transportation. So not long after Suyi left, the Amsterdam Chamber of Commerce's Chairman Cruz received an invitation from Duke Peresco and also entered the Toria province. He signed a road construction agreement with Duke Peresco and the southern province representative that Duke Windsor had left behind. This agreement was different from the private agreement that Suyi had signed before. This was an official agreement that had the seal of the Toria province and the southern province's governor. According to the agreement, the Toria province and the southern province would invest 1,200,000 gold coins and 1,700,000 gold coins to build 4 roads between the two provinces. The total distance was estimated to be 1,200 kilometers. Once these 4 roads were built, the goods that came from the southern Toria province, which was the ports on the southern coast of the Canla Empire, would be able to smoothly enter the Toria province and the southern province through these roads. At the same time, the goods in the two provinces could be conveniently connected to the ports through these roads before being transported to other places by sea. So in order to solve the transportation problem, the two provinces had ordered 200 large transport magic cars from the new flyer. Of course, since Duke Windsor had announced that he wouldn't allow any items related to the new flyer to enter the southern province, the 200 large transport magic cars that the southern province ordered from the new flyer were under the name of an unknown company that belonged to the Toria province. As for how this company would drive the large transport magic cars into the southern province without arousing suspicion, that was something that Duke Windsor should consider. It wasn't Suyi's turn to worry about it. While Chairman Cruz was in the Toria province, discussing the four roads with the representatives of the two provinces, Sui had already returned to his private manor by the sea at the New Flight Commerce main base. After coming home, the first thing Sui did was go to the giant signs map hanging on the wall of the study. He picked up a pen and first painted the southern Taria province of the Kamla Empire red before pointing at the area that represented the southern province. After hesitating a bit, he didn't paint the entire area red and just pointed at a few red dots. He was assured about the Taria province, believing that Duke Peresco was sincere enough to cooperate with the new flyer to develop the magic machine industry. But as for the southern province, Sui wasn't that confident. Although Duke Windsor had shown enough sincerity, based on his previous performance, Sui felt that he needed to observe him for a while. After painting the two different shades of red, Sui looked at the entire Kamla Empire on the map. He found that there were many areas of the Kamla Empire that were dyed red. It could be seen that the magic machine industry was developing very quickly in the Kamla Empire. It wasn't as difficult as before. Sui was the person who believed in the magic machine industry the most. He believed that when everyone in the Kamla Empire understood the benefits of the magic machine industry, the Kamla Empire would definitely fall. This was the trend of the era. There wasn't a single person or country that could resist it. Moving his eyes away from the Kamla Empire, Sui looked at the Malar Empire that also took up a large area to the north, and his expression became even more satisfied. Although the Malar Empire didn't have as many red areas as the Kamla Empire, the color was much deeper. This meant that in Sui's mind, the magic machine industry in the Malar Empire was much deeper than in the Kamla Empire. The reason for this was because the Malar Empire's geography was special. There weren't many places suitable for developing the magic machine industry. The second reason was that the new flyer situation in the Malar Empire was different, so they mainly expanded with the Marquis of Southgard as the center. This made the development more concentrated and deeper. Of course, if one were to talk about the development of the two empires, the Malar Empire had the Marquis of Southgard as their leader and the positive attitude of the Malar Empire's officials, so they were clearly much stronger than the Kamla Empire. Now, the Malar Empire had enough agricultural magic machines. With the help of the Cantona Chamber of Commerce, over 30% of the Malar Empire's farmland had been harvested with the new agricultural magic machines. The efficiency was more than 10 times higher compared to previous years. The Malar Empire that had tasted the sweetness had clearly expressed to the new flyer that they hoped that they could receive the technical support of the new flyer in terms of agricultural magic machines, helping the Malar Empire completely transform their farmland. For this, the Malar Empire had even taken the initiative to reduce the tariff on all new Flyers products by 5%, which could be considered very sincere. Don't underestimate this 5% tariff. Last year, including the agricultural magic machines, the new Flyers products that entered the Malar Empire had a total value of 17 million gold coins. Although the Malar Empire's tariff on the various magic machines wasn't that high, only being 54%, but if they reduced the tariff by 5%, it was equal to saving the new flyer over 800,000 gold coins. This didn't seem like much, but if one considered that the products that the new flyer imported from the Malar Empire next year would be worth over 30 million gold coins, this was a number that couldn't be ignored. Not to mention that because the tariff was reduced, the new flyer could adjust the price, making it easier to promote in the Malar Empire. It would also make the new flyer's products more competitive with the products of the other magic machine companies. Considering this, the benefits that the new flyer gained from this were even more shocking. However, this condition to Sui was far from enough. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.